XX. One evening in early September, Detective Sergeant Ferguson knocked on my door to let me know my trial for forgery was set for the following day at the Old Bailey. I had that night to prepare my defense. Everyone assumed the trial was going to be a short one. I was up before Mr. Justice Christmas Humphreys, who, despite being Britain's leading Zen Buddhist, was the man who had presided over the convictions for murder of the mentally incompetent Derek Bentley, executed in 1953, and the last woman to be hanged in Britain, Ruth Ellis. She was hanged in 1955. The prosecution had flown in from Paris a U.S. Secret Service agent, Brooks T. Kellner, to testify about international law and the fact that the words Una Vida and Is This Worth the Slaughter in Vietnam were not usually found on genuine U.S. banknotes. And, to my outrage, my Spanish military sentence was admitted in court as part of my criminal record, despite the fact that Britain's own courts-martial are not considered criminal convictions. But in the end, evidence that I was going to start a job soon proved to Justice Christmas Humphreys that 287 wasn't all evil, and to the disappointment of the special branch he bound me over for 2 years in the sum of £300. But for the special branch, the case confirmed me as an agent of the 1st of May Group. X. As the build-up to the October demonstration grew, the media ratcheted up its attempts to instill more and more fear in the public mind. To show they were on the case, they identified some of those they described as the behind-the-scenes anarchist troublemakers. I was one of those selected by the press as a leader. Albert had been constantly pushing me to use my notoriety to get publicity for the anti-Francoist cause. Now I found myself not only a leader in the cause of a Vietnamese authoritarian power struggle but, according to one issue of News of the World, a student leader into the bargain. The News of the World promptly denounced me in the next issue for never having been to a university myself, apart from once in a brief anti-apartheid protest in Aberdeen University in 1963 and again at the LSE in 1968. The final countdown was taking place for what the press, at the special branch's instigation, was calling the October Revolution. It wasn't a revolution at all. It was simply a major anti-Vietnam War demonstration to the U.S. Embassy in Grosvenor Square organized by the Trotskyist Vietnam Solidarity Campaign. The anarchists didn't have much time for VSC. The various hues of Trots wanted the North to win, whereas we wanted the people to be free of the lot of them, Ho Chi Minh and the Americans. For the authorities, however, the October 27 VSC demonstration was a chance to implement their 1968 War Book counterinsurgency exercise, invaluable. X. According to media and police sources, extremists and anarchists were planning a coup for October 27, the cover for which would be provided by the enormous numbers of anti-Vietnam War demonstrators flooding into London for the VSC demonstration. 288. The newspapers, with the full connivance of the Cabinet Office, were interested only in creating a climate of fear to scare people off the October demonstration. The special branch claimed to have infiltrated people into anarchist and other extremist cells, and had uncovered the previously mentioned concrete evidence of a plot to seize London. Clive Borrell and Brian Cascinella broke the story in the Times and the Evening Standard. It was immediately picked up by the rest of Fleet Street, as well as by the radio and TV. The day the Times published the story, Home Secretary Callaghan convened a secret meeting of Fleet Street editors and publishers at the Home Office to tell them he believed something could well happen on October 27, and that he had set up a hotline with the police commissioner Sir John Waldron. He also told the press barons that he had authorized hurried firearms training for scores of police officers to cover any eventuality. A crime reporter on Equality Sunday asked, in all seriousness, if it were true, as alleged by one of his security service sources, that the anarchists had or were making an atomic bomb. All Army, Police, and Air Force leave in the home counties was cancelled for the weekend of the demonstration. Some of the more rabidly right-wing newspapers covered up the names of their offices in Fleet Street, along the route of the march. And, for the first time ever, troops from the Parachute Regiment were posted on guard duty at Buckingham Palace and other royal homes. Massive police operations were carried out on the approach roads into London. Banner poles and marbles were removed from demonstrators, coaches were stopped and searched, including one or two bitterly protesting rugby teams who were taken for offensive radicals. Universities were raided, homes and offices of organizations broken into whether they were associated with the demonstration or not. Waldron also held a series of private meetings with Fleet Street editors and proprietors to talk up the situation and to make sure the 289 covering the revolution press took it seriously. It was essential, according to Callaghan and Waldron, that for political reasons the public should be fired up with anti-demonstration feeling. It was a clear example of what Walter Lippmann called the manufacture of consent by the manipulation of the attitudes and opinions of the masses. But the Borrell-Cascinella story directly contradicted what the Times news team had been reporting over the summer. Ever since the events of May, when the authorities began to circulate stories of anarchists and revolutionaries preparing a hot summer, the news team had been investigating these reports. In fact, until Borrell and Cascinella appeared on the scene, the Times news team was the only group of journalists who were reporting the background to the national debate and the preparations for the demonstration. One of these journalists, Gary Lloyd, I knew from his coverage of the anarchist conference in Carrara the year before. They had done an enormous amount of research and legwork, and they concluded that the hysteria being generated by the rest of the media was totally unwarranted and grossly artificial. October 27 was simply going to be a big demonstration, and nothing sinister was being planned. Suddenly, the Times news team was disbanded. This struck me as suspicious, given that of all the British press the Times reporters had produced the most intelligent and insightful journalism on the preparations for the demonstration. Literally overnight the paper did a complete editorial U-turn, and its austere columns were turned over to sensational speculation under the bylines of Borrell and Cascinella. Their remit, they told me, was to cover the revolution as these reporters were on government business. Their job was to scare people witless and make them less likely to question government erosion of civil liberties and the draconian measures of the police and judiciary. There was no attempt to explain that popular anger on this scale about what the Americans were doing in Vietnam does not erupt from nowhere for no reason. The Evening News, with a large readership in London and the home counties, was the most virulent of all the papers running scare stories. 290. In the last week before the October demonstration it ran a fiction serial about a group of agitators taking over London under the cover of a violent demonstration. The lines of distinction between fantasy and reality were becoming difficult to distinguish. The news responded to the Times and the Times fed off the news. Only a day or so before the demo, the news front-paged a story under Borrell's and Cascinella's byline saying that they had information from a special branch contact that full-scale plans for insurgency were underway. The trouble with disinformation is that it acquires a life of its own. Everyone involved in the demonstration, Marxists, Trots, liberals and Christians, looked suspiciously at everyone else. Finally all of them came to the conclusion that no one was trying to or capable of pulling off a coup d'état. No one, however, could be sure about the anarchists. Consequently, I was approached a good many times and asked what the anarchists were up to. The answer was clear, at least as far as the Black Flag group was concerned. We would participate, but to wish a plague on both Washington and Hanoi. As the demonstration was being organized by the VSC under the banner Victory to the Viet Cong, sophisticated journalists read our position as an evasion, especially since everyone knew from their newspaper reports that lorry loads of explosives that had arrived in London. One of Cascinella's reports, published on September 5, had arms, ammunition, Molotov cocktails, everything except tanks being smuggled into London, with an anarchist plot existed to disrupt a major portion of central London by direct sabotage. He continued. It was established beyond doubt that some extremist organisations as far apart as Liverpool, Scotland, and South Wales were actively engaged in a scheme to plant bombs in Westminster and the City of London. Further, there was direct evidence, serious plotting was taking place on how to take over, on military lines, such institutions as the Bank of England, Lloyd's, the Stock Exchange, Ministry of Defence, major communications centres, and even Scotland Yard itself. Yet no one was ever arrested. 291. Borrell and Cashinella later admitted in their book Crime in Britain Today that they had been used by the police. The special branch then hatched up their own plot. They decided to leak their fears to the press and allow the situation to snowball. Public antipathy would do the rest, they reasoned. Certain Fleet Street journalists, including ourselves, were independently appraised of the situation through the Old Boy network. It was a story none could refuse coming from such an immaculate source. It was a story which no newspaper could ignore, and as article followed article, public reaction against the march grew. It was a clear case of the media being manipulated by the special branch to serve their own ends. But in our view it was totally justifiable, because the consequences otherwise could have been devastating. All over the country the police went on fishing expeditions, ostensibly for these caches of much-hyped weapons, weapons of lesser destruction. But in fact these raids, unreported in the press, were to collect intelligence on the friendship and political networks thrown up by the anti-Vietnam War movement. They visited the homes and offices of activists in various political movements up and down the country, but no explosives were found, no weapons of mass or minimum destruction turned up, no arsenals were discovered, and no bombs went off. The only things they found were address books, names, and the political sympathies of the occupants of the houses and flats they raided. In addition to the raids, there were reports of mysterious burglaries at addresses where, one presumes, warrants were difficult to get. The burglaries had one thing in common. The burglars were interested only in correspondence and address books, not in taking anything of value. I don't know whether or not I was ever burgled. Everything in my flat was always in such a mess it was impossible to know. Despite the hysteria whipped up against the organizers of the proposed demonstration, the press had some difficulty in knowing who they were. They decided it was the students. Tariq Ali became 292. The mastermind of the whole affair and was appointed student leader for the occasion by the Daily Mirror. Later, when they wanted him to write some articles, they promoted him to being leader of the revolutionary movement in Britain. He was not, at that time, even leader of the Trots, nor even of his own international Marxist group, which did very well from the publicity he brought them, and soared ahead in the student membership stakes. The Express, possibly still smarting under the rebuff it had received from me on my return from Spain, informed the world that I was number 2 anarchist in London. In view of the anarchist opposition to leadership, this was not quite so much of an insult as being called number 1, but there was much amused speculation as to who number 1 might be. It was assumed that even the numbskulls in the plate glass buildings wouldn't cast Tariq Ali in that role. Probably they had mistakenly reported a police spokesman, who had called me Alberola's number 2. Yet, curiously, in spite of all the media's attempts to traumatize people, on a practical level, hardly anyone felt threatened. There was no mass exodus of the bourgeoisie or the aristocracy to the Bahamas or the Riviera, nor was there a run on the pound or a collapse of share prices. In contrast to the press, those who would have been threatened by a revolution like those who would have benefited by one took no steps at all. Not for the first time was there a gulf between what the public was offered as its daily consumption of media food, and what it accepted. XX. In the event, the October 27 demonstration came and went. Unlike the spectacularly successful March 17 demo, it proved a massive anticlimax for anyone who had believed the horror stories being generated by the press and special branch. Somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000 demonstrators turned up, but there were no bombings, no takeover of the Bank of England or the BBC TV studios or even Marine Ice's ice cream parlour in Chalk Farm. According to Borrell and Cashinella, the plot was real, but was thwarted by the 293. October 27, 1968. advance publicity it received. The journalists claimed they had been in a unique position to know, as they had broken the story jointly in the Times, once the special branch was certain that it had concrete evidence of what was being planned. As the police obligingly held back the traffic, the demonstrators chanting and roaring Sieg Heil, US out and Ho 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 Chi Minh swept through London from Charing Cross along the Embankment, up Ludgate Circus and along Fleet Street into Trafalgar Square. The march then turned down Whitehall, past Downing Street, Parliament Square, along Victoria Street, Grosvenor Place to Hyde Park Corner, then up Park Lane to Speaker's Corner for a rally and speeches in Hyde Park. Most anarchists had decided not to participate, but so many turned up to see what would happen that in the end they grouped, and found themselves to their amazement a force of almost 1,000 strong rallying behind the red and black flags and banners. Had they organized a march themselves they would have been pleased to get 70. Most wryly agreed, if we want any more demonstrations we'll agree first not to have one. Predictably, instead of milling around in Hyde Park listening to the VSC platform speakers, a couple of thousand Maoist, Trotskyist, anarchists and other angry and hipped-up protesters broke away from the main march and headed for the American embassy. The embassy was, of course, well defended by ranks of police. We linked arms, formed blocks, and managed to break through the first police cordon into the square, but we were met with a much stiffer line of defense in front of the embassy itself. People were chanting slogans, taunting the police, throwing the occasional firework, coins, marbles, poles and anything else at the embassy, but it was all theater and ended embarrassingly with some of the protesters linking arms with police and singing Auld Lang Syne. Other protesters were so angry and exasperated they ran down Park Lane smashing the windows of the Rolls-Royce car showroom in a final gesture of defiant outrage against one of the most ostentatious symbols of capitalism. What we would have done had we been able to get inside the U.S. Embassy without being shot by the armed 294 Marines was anybody's guess apart from maybe setting fire to the place, which had been talked about in moments of McEwen's fueled wishful thinking. But no one who was there would have described it as unnecessary vandalism. Not after my lie, the 500,000 Vietnamese dead, to say nothing of the raids, the strip searches, the harassments, the press wind-ups. From the point of view of the government, police, security service, and army, it had been a highly successful exercise. After praising the police for their discipline and restraint, Home Secretary James Callaghan commended the demonstrators, saying that most of them had shown self-control, and that he doubted if this kind of demonstration could have taken place so peacefully in any other part of the world. The moment of danger had passed and the authorities had been able to contain and control the demonstration without triggering a night of rioting in the streets and insurgency. Certainly the protest movement changed that day. For many, the angry rhetoric and rituals of street protests now seemed empty and contrived gestures. To be lauded by the Home Secretary spoke volumes. May 1968 in France had ended in June with a whimper, while the October demonstration simply fizzled out. Some demonstrators left Grosvenor Square that day, disillusioned or burned out, to pursue their own agendas. Others, a minority, left convinced there had to be other more effective ways to put the politicians and the power system under pressure. It was definitely the end of the peer pressure show. 295. 1971, Kitson was CEO of the 39th NEONE 4 Brigade in Northern Ireland, where he was implementing the policies and types of operations he had developed in Kenya, Malaya, and Cyprus. Kitson's strategy, as outlined in low-intensity operations, was threefold: penetration of the local government structure, the institutionalization of a shoot-to-kill policy in ambush-type situations, and corruption of the 296. 297. Why violence? Anarchist blows up Constable's village. Around this time, I made my second appearance in the studio of Malcolm Muggeridge's The Question Why, although my first on air. The program was called Why Violence, and it did not endear me to the authorities. This time I appeared with, among others, Monica Foote, John Reedy and David Triesman, confronting a team of senior police officers, with a dear old nun sitting in the middle to see fair play, though her sympathies were fairly obvious from the fact that she had an enormous depiction of a public execution hung around her neck. Her main contribution was to explain that the anarchists were wrong and that government came from God. Somebody brought up, not very subtly I thought, the question of Glasgow thugs and what should be done with them. This feed provided me with my one bone mot of the program that the Glasgow thugs were only amateurs, whereas the police were professionals. At least 2 purple faces showed near apoplexy. XXK. Discussing violence as part and parcel of the political process is an emotive red herring. Like terrorism, violence can mean whatever you or they want it to mean. It's like discussing the existence of God. Everyone has their own idea as to when the use of violence for political, geopolitical, moral, or ethical ends may or may not be. 298. Legitimate. Little old ladies who are incapable even of upsetting a cat asleep on the chair they wish to occupy can be rabid supporters of flogging and hanging for those demonized by the Sun newspaper. Politicians have given the order to send hundreds of thousands of innocents to their deaths in carpet bombing or shock and awe air raids from Dresden to Baghdad, yet let an anarchist try to assassinate the vilest autocrat, and the same people will throw up their hands in horror. Horror at violence in this context is pure cant. It is objection to persons doing as individuals what the state legitimizes wholesale. Positions on violence are usually taken according to where one stands in relation to those in power, and whether one is a target, protagonist, or bystander. We are all conditioned early in life by the mass media, politicians, pundits, and spin doctors to deplore the other side's violence. For most people, only violence sanctioned by the state can be legitimate on the basis that it is just, defensive and liberatory. After all, the state makes, interprets, and upholds the laws, and defines and applies its own rules and standards in defense of the status quo. But for those people who have no redress in the face of injustice and are victims of the authority structure, or those who question its legitimacy and are critical and distrustful of it and its actions, and have reached the limits of legitimate and acceptable protest staked out by those in power beyond which dissent must not extend, even to defend important human values, then they have no alternative but turn to whatever methods are available to them to resolve or ameliorate the situation. Their response can be seen to be either morally appropriate and proportional, or morally inappropriate and disproportionate, but as far as the state is concerned it is illegitimate. As for the anarchist position on the use of violence, all I can say is there is none, other than the normal human right to defend oneself and one's interests. Why, when, and if men and women decide to take up arms is an entirely subjective and individual process. What is right for them which can only be understood in the context and atmosphere of the time. Anarchists don't seek political power, only moral authority. Nor do they plot to bring down democratic. 299. Buenaventura. Durruti. Governments through aimless acts of malicious, visceral, hatred, but they do seek to sideline them as much as possible by empowering people through education, example, and by fashioning events wherever possible to promote the general principles of mutual aid and self-management. I share the Spanish anarchist Buenaventura Durruti's attitude towards democratically elected governments. Asked about how the anarchists felt about the recently elected Republican government in Spain in 1931, Durruti said he knew it could not meet the expectations of the Spanish working people, but at least it should have the benefit of the doubt. The role of anarchists in relation to governments, revolutionary or otherwise, he said, was in opposition. But the degree of that opposition would be geared to the willingness of the Republic to confront the problems facing the Spanish workers. Our activities have never been and never will be at the service of any political party or any state. The anarchists and the trade unionists of the CNT, united with all revolutionaries and backed by pressure from the street, have as their goal to compel the people in government to carry out their mandate. You can't say fairer than that. If you can't vote the bastards out, make it as difficult for them as possible. Prior to and during the October demonstration, The Black Flag and anarchist Black Cross issued a joint leaflet reiterating arguments I had made in the Telegraph color supplement about the futility of supposing that anything could come of a violent demonstration such as had been suggested by the Marxist organizers. Just because people were fed up with nonviolent demonstrations, which the pacifists had been urging, it did not follow that violent ones would be better or more effective. What was needed was what we described as Monday militancy, week-long commitment rather than weekend protest, all about driving a truckload of nitroglycerin across dangerous mountain roads to try and start a conversation about the difficulties involved in transporting explosives. 3 years later this encounter came back to haunt me, at what could have been a particularly damning moment of my life. XX. One piece of cinema which contributed a lot to the mood of #combativity in the wake of May 1968 was Lindsay Anderson's surreal allegorical attack on the British class system and metaphor for revolution JF. The story unfolds in a British public school, somewhere in the heart of England, building to boiling point with its mesmerizing throbbing drum rhythms and harmonies of the Sanctus, the African Latin Mass from Miss Aluba sung by a choir of young Congolese boys. The school's smug, self-righteous, and arrogant teachers, support staff and prefects stood in for the ruling class and their acolytes. The headmaster who rules over this repressive parody of society sees himself as a man of integrity and good judgment who talks mince, thinks it's wisdom, and provokes anger and a determination for justice in the hearts and minds of Anderson's protagonists. The rebel heroes were anti-establishment and sympathetic, and the hail of bullets they rained down on their oppressors in the final scene is both unexpected, humorous, and heart-lifting in a schadenfreude sort of way. The night I saw it, everyone in the cinema stood up and applauded enthusiastically. XX. In October 1968 I started work converting coal gas appliances to burn the new North Sea gas. My mate Ross got me started at the William Press Training School in Mill Hill. For 3 weeks I learned the intricacies of dismantling, converting, and even sometimes rebuilding gas cookers, gas central heating, water heaters, and other sundry gas. 301. Appliances. Because a shortage of qualified fitters meant press had to pay top wages, many applicants claimed to be experienced tradesmen. Later, when I asked one guy who had made a terrible botch up on a job if he really was a fitter, and he replied, straight-faced, yes, a carpet fitter. Because this was new technology, nobody really knew what would happen when we converted aging appliances from coal to North Sea gas. As even the experts were keeping their fingers crossed, praying that the nation's antiquated coal gas system wouldn't blow to pieces, 3 weeks training qualified me as well as any of them. I passed the final exam and in no time at all was talking like an old-time served tradesman. I even learned how to take a sharp intake of breath. Conversion Unit Number 8, based at Brentwood in Essex, just to the northeast of London, was my new base. Our contract covered the whole of Essex, which we were converting community by community, turning up every morning in our convoys of bright orange 3-ton vans wearing our trendy bright blue overalls. It was a bit like the Durruti column heading for Zaragoza in July 1936. My first conversions were a complete disaster. My last house the second day was like Willie Lott's cottage, the location of Constable's The Haywain, an old chocolate box picture of a place with no electricity at all, even the lighting was gas. It was a job that had to be done as quickly as possible, so the elderly lady who lived there could at least make herself a cup of tea and have some light. I did my best. Even so, I did not finish everything until 11 that night. When I asked where her meter was, she led me by candlelight to a cupboard to show me. I remember thinking that it was an extra-large governor, one I hadn't seen before, but paid no more attention and started to adjust the valve cap as per normal. Looking forward to the promised cup of tea and the prospect of getting home to bed, I suddenly became aware of low rumblings, like the sound of distant thunder. Either that, or an earthquake. It came from the meter. Although I had been warned of these devices, I couldn't for the life of me remember what to do if they went wrong. The noise grew louder and louder, and more menacing. Adopting my 302 most nonchalant manner, I asked the old lady not to panic, and if she would mind stepping outside and moving as quickly as possible to the back of the garden. I also asked her to call across the garden fence to her next door neighbors and ask them to do likewise. The place consisted of only a few isolated cottages, miles from anywhere, and neither the lady of the house nor her neighbors had a telephone. And I didn't have a radio. We were also miles from technical support if we had any at all. A vision flashed through my mind of the whole area being blown sky high. I could even see in my mind's eye tomorrow's newspaper headlines once they knew who was involved: "Anarchist blows up constable's village." The noise from the gas main had by this time reached crescendo point and had blown the mercury completely out of the valve. A powerful geyser of high-pressure gas was now gushing from a pipe on the outside wall right up the garden path. All it needed was one spark to turn it into a blazing inferno. I went to make sure the old lady was safe with her neighbors who had gathered together in their back gardens. It must have brought back to them the dark days of the Blitz. I then climbed the fence at the back and hurried across the fields to telephone for help. Half a mile down the lane I found a house with a phone. I eventually managed to get through to the gas board emergency service, who said they would send someone right away. I then went back to the house where they were all standing at the bottom of the garden singing "We'll meet again, don't know where, don't know when." Eventually, around midnight, the lights of a bicycle betokened the arrival of the gas emergency service. An elderly man propped his bike against the garden wall, walked into the house completely unperturbed, and turned off the supply at another cock which I had completely overlooked. It took me some time to live down the events of that night. The women of the village had obligingly told the crews of every William Press van they came across. But in spite of all that, I soon became a competent and conscientious workman. X. 303. EES%. It's an interesting stereotype that anarchists are not good, reliable workers, an image that historically has grown out of, first, the Russian nihilist movement and later, work-shy hippies. But the great anarcho-syndicalist unions which flourished throughout Europe from the end of the 19th century to 1939 would never have been able to negotiate unless their workers, skilled and unskilled, had been the best there were. The revolutionary worker taking on the state has to be good at his job. But in Britain, the labor movement was the happy hunting ground of authoritarians. No one thought of it as being part of a libertarian development. The management at William Press, like everyone else, knew my history and politics. Few, if anyone, in the company believed that it was possible to be persecuted for having a different viewpoint from that of the government. They would say half seriously that they didn't support it themselves, except by way of tax. The manager shook his head in bewilderment at being told he shouldn't employ someone who had been in a Spanish prison and had not even been sent there by a properly constituted court, when they were regularly being asked by the Home Office to cooperate in resettling and rehabilitating British prisoners who had presumably had a fair trial. Just normal assumptions of fair play made everyone at work resent the police harassment of me. And they only saw a small part of it. XX. By this time I had repaid the Foreign Office for my fare home from Spain and had my passport returned. With the long weekends we had with William Press, and the company's generous travel allowance ostensibly to allow us to return home once a month, one was making regular Friday to Sunday weekend trips to France and Belgium on behalf of the anarchist Black Cross to discuss general anti-Francoist strategy with Octavio Alberola. My name, however, was on the Special Branch's ports watch list, and as a Code J these foreign comings and goings were closely 304 monitored. The police always wondered where we got the money to pay for these trips. It never occurred to them, either, that both Albert and myself were working bloody hard and long hours to fund them. The French and Belgian police as well as Scotland Yard were all concerned to know what I was up to. On one occasion when I got a sympathetic interview with the Radio Times, the journalist commented that I looked, and came over as, respectable, but that people shouldn't be deceived as I mixed with international anarchists. It seemed to be the mixing with foreigners that made you less than respectable. The intrinsic superiority of the British, even the anarchists, was somehow tainted or diluted through contact with continental types. Obviously the police hadn't adapted themselves to that aspect of the era of the common market. In Brussels, Paris, Calais, Ostend, Brussels, Geneva, and Milan the local political police were waiting and watching. This and other minor forms of harassment were repeated up and down the country, wherever young radicals congregated. Young people had a voice, but everyone pretended it was a minority one. The politicians tried hard to sell the silent majority idea, a weasel phrase that pretended that the majority of people supported the status quo. The truth was very much the other way. A lot of people were getting angry at the post-October arrogance when the security forces seemed to imagine they had won a great victory. Sooner or later the anger was going to boil up. There only needed to be a minority that wasn't going to accept things to start matters off. It turned out to be sooner, and angry was the key word. XX. My granny died on February 7, 1969. She was 79 years old and had been ill for some time with bone cancer, diabetes, and other lesser illnesses and infirmities that accompany old age. Granny hadn't feared death, which made her passing all the easier, not only for her but for Mum, Olivia and myself. She had seen too much of death to be afraid. There had been pain, but the doctors had given her some morphine-based drug which appeared to keep it at bay. She showed 305 signs of weariness, but other than that she was the same spirited woman up to her last breath. I had been going backwards and forwards up to Scotland whenever I could, which wasn't often enough, to spend some time with her. Towards the end, before they took her to Herr Meyer's hospital, I would sit in the evenings in a chair at the foot of the bed we had made up for her in the corner of the room. She didn't like the light on, so the room was lit only by the flickering flames from the open coal fire in the grate. It was very peaceful. We didn't talk much, just the occasional couple of words. We Mum, Olivia and Gran didn't really need to say more. I wasn't with her when she passed away early one morning, something which I regretted. The fact that she wasn't there anymore made me quite melancholic, but grief is the price of love and it has to be paid. I also knew that she would have wanted us all to get on with our lives. She had left behind warm memories to treasure which helped transform that sadness and sense of loss into an optimistic appreciation of her life and the example she set others, particularly me. Weep not for her, as her memory is the shrine of pleasant thoughts, soft as the scent of flowers, calm as on windless eve the sun's decline, sweet as the song of birds among the bowers, rich as a rainbow with its hues of light, pure as the moonshine of an autumn night. Weep not for her. D. M. Moyer, A Dirge. 306. XX. With the domestic political situation in Spain continuing to deteriorate, 1st of May group bombings of Francoist institutions became more frequent through 1969. I was questioned regularly in connection with these incidents, irrespective of where I had been, or indeed which country they happened in. The closest I came to being connected with a violent incident was on March 15, 1969, when Alan Barlow and Phil Carver, anarchists who lived in room below me in Fairfield Gardens, were arrested for putting a bomb through the letterbox of the Banco de Bilbao, a Spanish bank, in Covent Garden. The police found a note in Alan's possession, when arrested, claiming the bombing was being carried out on behalf of the 1st of May group. The device was set with a short fuse to ensure it went off early in the morning when the premises were empty and passers-by were unlikely to be injured. Unfortunately, for Alan and Phil, this particular fuse was too short and the device exploded as they were running away, straight into the arms of the police, who apparently had the premises under surveillance, following information received from the Spanish secret police via Interpol. Phil claimed just to have been accompanying his friend into town, a story supported by Alan, and was eventually given a suspended sentence. Alan went down for a year. No conspiracy charges were brought, just the unlawful use of explosives. At precisely the same time as Alan and Phil's trial on July 5, 1969, during which it was being argued that were these two to be locked up, British society would become an immeasurably safer place, bomb similar in every way to that which they had thrown into the Banco de Bilbao went off at the Spanish Embassy and Spanish National Tourist Office. Again, I was questioned about these 1st of May group explosions, but fortunately I had an alibi, having just returned from Scotland visiting my mum and my sister Olivia, who were still grieving for Gran. 307. Alan Barlow and Phil Carver. Bomb attacks in Italy. In the summer, my partner Brenda and I took a holiday to Italy. We had intended to hitchhike to Sardinia, but it turned out to be more of a relay tour, visiting one group of anarchists after another all the way from Paris to Marseilles, Genoa, Milan, and Rome. Not only did they put us up, they also made sure that we made it safely to our next destination. Most of these connections had been made through the Black Cross. When we arrived in Italy, the political tension was reaching its peak. Since the beginning of the year, the European press had been prophesying another long hot summer of riots, strikes and terror. It proved to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Since the early spring of 1969 there had been a series of bomb attacks in northern Italy, 32 according to the Italian Ministry of the Interior and 140 according to non-governmental sources. To anyone who knew anything about the anarchist movement, it was obvious that the attacks had nothing to do with any comrades. These explosions were directed against premises where ordinary people went about their everyday occupations, a classic technique of fascist and nationalist terrorists to create a climate of fear and panic among the wider general population. The most damaging ones had been a bomb that exploded on Liberation Day, April 25, on the Fiat stand at the Milan Trade Fair, and another the same day at the Bureau di Cambio in the Banca Nazionale delle Comunicazioni in the city's central station. Both bombs had been designed and timed to injure or kill. No one died, but dozens of people had been seriously injured. The right-wing press and the policeman and investigating magistrate leading the hunt for the perpetrators, Special Branch Inspector Luigi Calabresi, his superior, Antonio Allegra, head of the Milan political police, and Judge Antonio Amati immediately blamed the anarchists. 15 anarchists were pulled in for questioning and, of these, 6 were charged with the Fiat and bank bombings. All 6, Elaine Vincileoni, Giovanni Corradini, Paolo Brasca, Paolo Faxiola, Angelo Piero della Savia and Tito Pulcinelli, strenuously denied the charges. Giovanni Corradini, an architect, and his partner Elaine Vincileoni were Calabresi and 308. Amati's main suspects, being the best-known anarchists and, presumably, in the police view, best filled the role of the brains behind the operation. What probably damned them was the fact they were close friends of the wealthy and influential left-wing Italian publisher Giangiacomo Feltrinelli. The comrades with whom I had discussed the anarchist Black Cross in Carrara the previous August, Amadeo Bertolo, Umberto Del Grande, and Giuseppe Pinelli from the Ponte della Gasolfa anarchist group had not hung around. They had set up the Croce Nera Anarchica in March that year. By the time we arrived, all their energies were being taken up with the defense of the 6 anarchists who had been held in San Vittorio prison since May 2. Since the previous summer, Pinelli and other comrades had been monitoring neo-fascist activities. As he had told me then, Italian neo-fascists were traveling regularly to Greece, ostensibly invited on cultural exchanges, and were returning to Italy describing themselves as anarchists and Maoists. In these guises, they tried to spread fear and disorder, thus preparing the ground for a right-wing military junta to take over in Italy, just as it had done in Greece. The Italian comrades also discovered that the neo-fascists were organizing paramilitary camps around the country where their members were given quaint names derived from Tolkien's Lord of the Rings trilogy, such as hobbits, and received ideological indoctrination and training for insurgency and attacks on leftist militants and offices. As Amadeo Bertolo and Giuseppe Pinelli explained, the vast majority of the bomb attacks and outrages that year had been the work of these right-wing extremists, attempting to move public opinion against the anarchists. The Italian neo-fascists were so close to the police, security, and intelligence services as to be almost indistinguishable. Although we didn't know it at the time, we had arrived in Italy slap bang in the middle of the birth of what came to be known as the strategy of tension. The principal eminence gris behind this campaign, we discovered much later, was Federico Umberto D'Amato, the head of the Confidential Affairs Bureau of the Interior Ministry. Both Pinelli and Bertolo were convinced something major was 309. Croce Nera. Anarchica. Afoot, and that there was a real possibility of a right-wing coup in Italy. As elsewhere in Europe, much of the conservative and extreme right genuinely believed they were living in a pre-revolutionary period. Pinelli voiced his fears in the second issue of the CNA Bulletin, where there is an authoritarian regime in place. In the lead-up to some important event, special checks are carried out and hotheads, subversives, and anarchists are detained by the police, some to help with inquiries, some on criminal charges, all as a precautionary measure. So, in this ghastly year of 1969, we wonder what on earth is going on in Italy. The truth about the sinister machinations that were in train in Italy and the preparations for a coup d'état did not begin to unravel until December that year. Giuseppe Pinelli. XX. Brenda and I went to Sardinia, a beautiful, rural, rugged island, still more or less a land of peasants and bandits, but above all of kindness and courtesy. It was not free from the tension that infected the rest of the country, but it seldom affected our time there. In early September we returned to the mainland and went directly to Milan to catch up on the latest developments. As Pinelli described it, the fascist plot was gaining momentum. The number of bombings for which anarchists were being blamed had now apparently jumped 310. From 140 or so to almost 400. The Milanese anarchists weren't particularly worried about the prospect of a coup, which they thought unlikely to succeed, and would be strongly resisted, but the bombings and anti-anarchist propaganda did cause them concern. That was the last time I saw Pinelli, standing outside San Vittorio prison, where the 6 comrades framed for the Milan Trade Fair bombing were being held. As it turned out, it was Pinelli who prevented the coup, but literally over his dead body. Later that year, Leslie Feiner, a former Greek correspondent of The Observer, managed to obtain and publish in that newspaper an extraordinary secret document from his contacts among exiled Greek opponents of the colonels. This dossier had been compiled in May 1969 by an Italian-based Greek Secret Service agent of the KYP. Sent originally to Georgios Papadopoulos, then president of the Greek Council of Ministers, the memo reported on the results of the Greek-funded terrorist campaign mounted in Italy in 1968-9 with the connivance of various Italian fascist organizations along with some representatives from the army and the Carabinieri. A copy was forwarded on May 15 to the Greek ambassador in Rome, Pampouras, by Michael Kotakis, head of the diplomatic office of the Greek Foreign Ministry. The report speculated on the chances of success of a right-wing coup d'état as a result of the escalation of the ongoing terrorist campaign. It also assessed the activities of Luigi Turchi, an MSI deputy, and a Mr. P, possibly Pino Rauti, but, more sensationally, it referred to the problems they had faced with regard to the bombings at the Fiat stand at the Milan Trade Fair and the Central Station and why they had been unable to do anything prior to April 25. It was as clear an admission of guilt as one could hope for. It also referred to a major escalation of terrorist actions should Greece be expelled from the Council of Europe. Leslie Feiner gave me a copy of the entire Greek dossier which forwarded at once to Pinelli in Milan. But the magistrate, Antonio Amati, refused to admit the dossier as evidence in the Milan bombing case and the 6 remained banged up until they were finally acquitted. 311. The Piazza Fontana Massacre. The death of Pinelli. On May 28, 1971, 2 full years after their arrest. The real perpetrators of the April 25 bombings and the August 1969 railway bombings were Franco Freda and Giovanni Ventura, 2 neo-fascists and Italian Secret Service agents who were finally sentenced in 1981. They each received 15-year prison sentences for their part in planning and carrying out the bombings. Early in December I sent Pinelli the Greek document. On Friday, December 12, a further 4 bombs exploded in Rome and Milan. One of these, planted in the Banca Nazionale dell'Agricoltura in the Piazza Fontana in Milan, exploded a little after 4:30 p.m., claiming the lives of 16 people and wounding 100. Another, in the Banca Nazionale del Lavoro in Rome, injured 14, while 2 planted at the Cenotaph in the Piazza Venezia wounded 4. It was a day of massacre, a state massacre, as it turned out. XX. For Inspector Luigi Calabresi of the Milan Questura and his boss Antonino Allegra, there was, again, no doubt that anarchists were responsible. Among 100 or so anarchists arrested during the course of that night and the following day, 27 were taken to San Vittorio prison, the rest being held for interrogation in Milan police headquarters in the Via Fate Benefratelli. Among those held were a number of CNA members, including Giuseppe Pinelli. After more than 48 hours in police custody, the 41-year-old railwayman was finally taken to Calabresi's room for questioning late in the evening of December 15. Police officers present were Luigi Calabresi, Vito Panassa, Giuseppe Caracutta, Carlo Mainardi, Pietro Musoli, and Carabinieri Lieutenant Savino Lagrano. Around midnight, Aldo Palumbo, a journalist from El Unito, was having a smoke in the courtyard when he heard a series of thuds. Something was bouncing off the cornices as it fell from the 4th floor. He raced over to find the body of Pinelli sprawled in the flower bed. According to the duty doctor Nazareno Fiorenzano, he had suffered horrific abdominal injuries and a series of gashes on the head. The autopsy showed that he was either dead or unconscious. 312. Before he hit the ground, a bruise very much like that caused by a karate blow was found on his neck. No one was brought to trial for his death, the ramifications of which shake the Italian political scene to this day. The Milan magistrate, Gerardo D'Ambrosio, closed the official file on Pinelli in 1975. According to the finding, the anarchist died as the result of active misfortune, the misfortune being his having fallen from a window. All the policemen indicted for his death were absolved. Luigi Calabresi, the political policeman leading Pinelli's interrogation, was shot by an assassin on May 17, 1972, and so what he knew will never be disclosed. On March 13, 1995, after more than 25 years and countless court cases and appeal hearings, Judge Salvini indicted 26 Italian neo-fascists and Secret Service officers for their involvement in the Piazza Fontana massacre. XX. Back from Italy, Brenda and I moved from Crouch End to Muswell Hill. The flat in Fairfield Gardens had never recovered from the probing the police gave it the morning they found the agitprop dollar bills. Everywhere that summer and autumn there was anger and tension, strikes, anti-Vietnam War protests, trouble building in Ulster, factory occupations, and spreading frustration with formal politics. It felt that to remain silent and stand back was to give comfort to the politicians, and be complicit in their crimes and injustices. Things were also heating up in West Germany. President Nixon's visit to West Berlin was marked by massive anti-Vietnam War demonstrations and an unsuccessful bomb attempt on his motorcade, with explosives thoughtfully provided by a German secret police agent, Peter Erbach. Government offices throughout the country were targets for bomb attacks. In the USA, an activist offshoot of the Students for a Democratic Society played a decisive part in the massive resistance to the Vietnam War, including promoting draft dodging. In October 1969, vowing to bring the war. 313 Days of Rage. My lie. Home, the weathermen took to the streets of Chicago. During October's Days of Rage, several hundred activists with helmets and clubs rampaged through the streets, attacking the buildings of the big corporate multinationals and clashing with the police. By the time the Days of Rage had ended, 284 people had been arrested and 57 police officers hospitalized, and over $1 million's worth of damage done. At a Weatherman Council of War to draw lessons from the Days of Rage, the participants decided to go underground and engage in a clandestine, armed struggle. An explosion in a Greenwich Village house in early March, which killed 3 weathermen, signaled the start of an armed protest campaign against their own rogue state. In November, the American investigative journalist Seymour Hersh broke the news that the U.S. Army had tried to keep secret. Lieutenant William Calley had led his platoon into the Vietnamese village of My Lai, where the soldiers had opened fire on a group of defenseless women and children, massacring 109 people, including a 2-year-old child. The impact of this story on American public opinion was enormous, and was a major contributory factor in eroding support for the war. That same month Salvador Allende was sworn in as Chile's new president, promising, to the U.S. administration's horror, socialism within liberty. The newspaper campaign of fear was having an effect, at least according to the newspapers. It was the time of the Brala Brigade, the name given by the press to angry middle-class commuters who poked railwaymen with their umbrellas during the railway go-slows and strikes. At a time when rail workers were endeavoring to boost their wages by industrial action, city gents were being encouraged by the press to attack them. This was considered great stuff. The middle-class backlash, the right-wing backlash were heard over and over again. The papers reported with great glee, making much out of nothing, when railwaymen, usually those still going about their duties, were attacked and abused by stockbrokers. Similarly, the 314 National Front was on the rise, giving the supporters of Powell and Mosley a direct line to fascism. But there was no revolution in 1969 either. By the end of what the press was calling the hot autumn of 1969, the revolutionary tsunami thought to have been triggered by May 68 seemed to be receding. What had happened? The protests against the war in Vietnam continued to grow, but in spite of the high-profile debates and militant demonstrations, the vast mass of people in society remained untouched by what was to many thousands of militants a highly charged political atmosphere. Traditional loyalties to the Labour Party and the unions had never been completely swept aside, anti-capitalist consciousness didn't take off, and political apathy ebbed back into everyday life. The old left reasserted themselves and regrouped. Others, including revolutionaries, accepted the state and the system for what it was and chose pragmatism, to work with or within it, some for genuine, albeit piecemeal, reform, others notably for self-advancement. Revolutionaries can be opportunists and 315 careerists, too. Position and tenure are big motives everywhere. Look at what happened to Marxism. The student movement, which had provided much of the new left's dynamic, had peaked with the events of May 1968. Most students were satisfied with the levels of democracy offered them in student assemblies and representation in educational institutions. Others imploded into the alternative, self-defeating culture of the underground. The new left's cohesion had started to crumble from late 1968 onwards, gathering pace after the U.S. invasion of Cambodia and particularly after the killing of 4 students at Kent State University by the U.S. National Guard in May 1970. The beatniks, hippies, and weekend dropouts of the alternative society who had identified with the radical political movement turned instead to the parallel cultural revolution of psychedelic acid rock, the Maharishi and spiritual enlightenment, LSD, and freakouts at UFOs. They simply gave up on radical politics, not necessarily because they were afraid of the increasing violence, but because they thought their protests were going unheard and they were banging their heads against a political brick wall. If you can't beat them, turn on and drop out. This was the Woodstock generation. The main item on their political agenda was the legalizing of cannabis. What we thought was prologue turned out to be a short and unsatisfactory one-act play for today. The bubble just burst. What was left of a genuinely libertarian and spontaneous movement of young workers and students was now distinctly Leninist, in the Trotskyist sense, that is, elitist and authoritarian, and had become part of the International Socialists and the International Marxist group. It didn't take long before the responsible student leaders joined the system, David Triesman, Jack Straw, Kim Howell, and Peter Hine, to name but a few. Divisions were further aggravated by the fragmentation of the movement into more exclusive Black Power, feminist, and other single-issue political organizations. 316. But it wasn't all negative. Certainly there were some gains from May 68. I do believe that for a lot of people it led them to live more wisely and with greater concern for others, and with a greater confidence in what shop floor activity could achieve. Perhaps, too, it promulgated a key anarchist idea: distrust whoever seeks power. I'm glad to say we've never quite recovered from that. 317. A chance meeting in Angel Alley. In October 1969, shortly after the Liverpool conference, my old friend Miguel Garcia was released from Soria prison in Spain. He had served a sentence of 20 years and a day. This term was the legal limit for a consecutive sentence in Spain. He intended staying in Spain once he was free, but I helped talk him out of the idea. They would soon have had him back inside had he remained. Miguel felt that at 65 it was too late for him to begin again in a foreign country, but he soon relented and came to stay with us in Muswell Hill. The impact of life on the outside for Miguel was traumatic. Within days of his release he had completely lost his voice. It took him a good couple of months for him to recover fully. I suggested to him by letter that he stop off in Liege, on his way to England, to meet Octavio Alberola, who would brief him on the recent demise of the FIJL, another victim of the post-May 68 depression and the consequent reorganization of the 1st of May group, which had taken up the new generation of resistance fighters. Miguel had made it clear to me in jail and in his letters that his resistance days were far from over. Octavio also arranged for him to see a throat specialist about the loss of his voice. Miguel arrived in London early in December 1969. I was amazed at how well he looked. He was tall, well-built, apparently as fit as a butcher's dog apart from an occasional shortness of breath, with jet black hair tinged with grey round the temple, a square jaw and a flawless complexion. 20 years of prison beds had also affected his back to the extent that he couldn't sleep on a sprung mattress. He kipped on the floor until we were able to get hold of a wooden board that he could place on his bed at night. Miguel's spoken English was extraordinarily good for someone completely self-taught and who had never been to an English-speaking country in his life. He had gleaned it entirely from books and patio conversations with people like me. He was ideal for the role of International Secretary of the ABC and immediately plunged himself into the task of helping the prisoners he had left behind. His contribution was invaluable. Charismatic and, when he recovered his voice, a natural public speaker, he gave regular talks on the anti-Francoist resistance and his experiences in prison that were received enthusiastically by packed audiences up and down the country. One of these meetings was held at the Freedom Press Meeting Hall in Whitechapel's Angel Alley. Miguel's voice still hadn't fully recovered, so I translated for him. It was a highly emotional occasion and the audiences listened, spellbound, as Miguel recounted his struggle then and his struggle now. Miguel's story was a living cause, revolutionary and exemplary. By the end of the evening, the Spanish Civil War was no longer an abstract historical event to most of Miguel's captivated audience. Here was an experienced urban guerrilla and activist who had spent the best part of his adult life in Francoist jails, a man still deeply involved in the revolutionary struggle, whose belief had never dimmed. 319. X. Among the 100 or so people who came to meet and hear Miguel speak that night in February 1970 was a group from Powys Square in Notting Hill. These young people had been involved in a number of self-help community groups, such as the East London Squatters Movement, the Claimants Union and the Notting Hill People's Association, which had been heavily involved the previous year in the opening up of the local squares around W11. Until then, the private landlords had controlled the squares with big wire fences preventing non-residents getting into them. After the meeting, two of the Powys Square group, John Barker and Hilary Creek, approached me and Miguel, wanting to know more. John and Hilary had not come across any anarchists whose ideas they could relate to before. They had been impressed by the way the anarchist Black Cross was not only organizing assistance and solidarity for political prisoners throughout Europe, but also connecting it to the wider international and domestic struggles that were going on at the time. They agreed with our ideas and arguments and had no truck with conventional politics, but didn't think of themselves as anarchists. Like lots of others, they didn't believe that anarchism had any roots in the working class struggle in Britain. I argued that the opposite was the case. Up until the late 40s and early 1950s, the anarchist movement in Britain had been primarily working class and dynamic. It had been sidelined partly by post-war apathy, and partly by the fact that in 1946 the main weekly anarchist newspaper, Freedom, came under the control of Vernon Richards and his coterie of Tolstoyan and Gandhi-influenced middle-class pacifists and academics, people like George Woodcock, Reg Reynolds, Ethel Mannon and Herbert Read, who used the paper to argue the case for permanent protest as opposed to class struggle and who believed the idea of revolution outdated. The readership they attracted tended to be middle class, liberal and arty. When Herbert Read accepted a knighthood for services to 320 literature in 1953, the editors of Freedom published an explanation of Read's action, but this proved too much for one working-class anarchist, Glaswegian Frank Leach, who dropped dead of a heart attack after reading the article, aged only 53. XX. I felt an immediate empathy with John Barker, who reminded me of Roxy Music singer Brian Ferry, with his dark hair constantly flopping over his eyes. He was well-read, confident, and articulate with a wry sense of humor. He and Hillary lived in a basement flat at 25 Powys Square, Notting Hill. John had been a student at Cambridge University, where he had been active politically but not in the Kimphilby Dining Club, as has been alleged. John had moved from supporting the Labour Party in the 1964 elections to libertarian socialism. Like the Nanterre students, he was concerned by the roles for which students were being groomed in the outside world. At Cambridge, John became friendly with Jim Greenfield from Widnes, Lancashire. Jim, the son of a long-distance lorry driver, was ginger-haired, pale-faced and freckled with intense piercing eyes. He struck me as a bit moody and emotionally coiled. Originally he had intended to read medicine at Trinity, having gone up there on the same day as Prince Charles, but had switched to economics when he found he couldn't get on with the aggressively conservative medical students. In Cambridge both had become involved in radical street theatre and the campaign against assessment, and had walked out of their final exams having first ripped up their exam papers in a gesture of protest against the elitist nature of the system of which Cambridge liked to see itself as the pinnacle. Hilary Creek had been living with John since early 1970. She had gone to Essex University from Watford Grammar School to read economics. After a month she changed to Russian, which she studied for 2 years. Hilary had short dark auburn hair framing an almost cherubic face, intelligent eyes with an ironic smile. Her Welshness showed in her reserved and occasionally flinty character. She had met John and Jim while working with homeless families in London's 321 depressed East End. Besides the squatters' movement, Hilary was active in the women's movement, and in the anti-voting campaign in the run-up to the elections of June 1970. XX. Meanwhile, Jim Greenfield had formed a relationship with Anna Mendelssohn, a friend of Hilary from Essex University. Anna, a former head girl at Stockport High School, had studied literature and history at Essex and was from a Mancunian Jewish working-class background. Her dad was a labor councillor and a market stall trader. Anna was dramatically beautiful and looked as though she had materialized from an Edward Burne-Jones painting. Unlike Hilary, Anna was outgoing and demonstrative. Maternal, warlike, proud, all she lacked to be the embodiment of. Marianne, the symbol of revolution, was a Phrygian bonnet. Hilary and Anna had also grown disillusioned with the superficiality of university life and values and left without completing their degrees. One of their friends, Ian Purdy, a Scot, had just been sentenced on February 10 to 9 months for petrol bombing the Ulster office in Savile Row. Their seriousness, integrity, and unambiguous opposition to capitalism impressed me. But we didn't know just how important that first chance meeting in Angel Alley in Whitechapel was to be to the net about to be cast around us. Brenda and I moved to a larger and more convenient flat in Fonthill Road, Finsbury Park, while Miguel Garcia moved to Suffolk to stay with some anarchist Black Cross comrades, Ben and Libertad Gosling, who had been sending him food parcels and money when he was inside. But the English countryside proved too quiet for Miguel, who soon returned to London, taking a flat of his own close to us in Upper Tollington Park, next to Finsbury Park, where he began writing the book on his experiences in Spanish jails, Franco's Prisoner. Albert moved in with him shortly after. They made an odd couple indeed, but a great double act. 322. While Miguel was writing his book in 1970, the 1st of May group, which had been more or less inactive throughout 1969 apart from Alan and Phil's arrest and the May 25 bombing of the Spanish embassy in Bonn, regrouped and launched a fresh series of actions. These attacks were organized on an international scale, the main targets being Spanish banks, diplomatic centers, and Iberia Airlines, the Spanish state airline. They were to be a statement to the world that while Franco remained in power, protests would be heard everywhere. But, unfortunately, they did nothing to halt the ever-growing wave of economically important tourists to the beaches of Franco's Spain. On March 3, 1970, 3 1st of May group members were arrested in France and charged with conspiring to kidnap Spain's permanent delegate to UNESCO, while in April an Italian anarchist, Ivo della Savia, had been arrested in Belgium on an arrest warrant issued by the Italian government on charges of involvement with 1st of May group actions in Italy. On May 10, small firebombs ignited on a number of aeroplanes of the Francoist airline Iberia at different airports throughout Europe. These coordinated actions were carried out by the 1st of May group. Scary, but not lethal, the devices were not a danger to the safety of passengers or the plane itself. Donald Lidstone, a senior member of the Home Office Explosives Department at Woolwich Arsenal, described the firebombs thus: after giving off an intensely hot flame for a second and a half, it then gave off a large amount of black smoke enough to impair the pilot's vision. All airlines and airports were notified of the bombs before the planes took off. The police leaked a story to the Daily Express. The man responsible, according to police sources, was a person readily identifiable as yours truly. Unfortunately, libel actions are only a rich man's way of getting richer. Had I been Randolph Churchill, I could have walked off with enough money to live without working for the rest of my life. As it was, I continued converting the home counties to natural gas and limited my response to a statement issued through 323. Reactivating the 1st of May group. My lawyer, Ben Bernberg, denying any involvement in the actions. On the afternoon in question, I had been at a garden party at the home of 2 close friends in Crouch Hill, Valerie and Graham Packham. One of my alibis was a senior police officer who lived next door. Surveillance was intensified. D.S. Creamer was now a frequent visitor at John and Susan Reety's shop in Camden High Street. Part of Creamer's job as a skilled specialty officer was to establish friendly and sympathetic relationship with the people the branch was targeting. Creamer would pop in unannounced and suggest a game of chess. He had played, it was said, against the Russian spy Gordon Lonsdale after his arrest, presumably in the hope of getting him to talk. Creamer explained to John that the police really had nothing against me except my libertarian views. I don't think myself the anarchists are as black as they're painted, he said between pondering over a bishop and a rook. I think they are honorable, idealistic, and reasonable people. But the sort of things that are going on are giving them a bad name in the view of people higher up. He pronounced higher up as though this was not a view he shared. In June 1970, Edward Heath won an unexpected victory in the general election. Although Wilson's government had been having constant trouble with the unions and proposed fining them for wildcat strikes, Labour was expected to be returned to office. Instead, the apparently genial Heath stole a victory while no one was looking. But Heath confused his surprise win with a mandate to pursue his radical championing of the free market, what Wilson had ridiculed as Selsdon Man policies. These were ideas that the electorate hadn't properly examined, and their consequence 4 years of blunt and aggressive confrontation of the union movement was not something the population had signed up to. Heath tried Thatcherism before Thatcher. Conservative journalist Peregrine Worsthorne later remarked that his mistake might have led to civil war. 324. It came as a surprise to many, including most journalists, to realize that the long confrontation with the workers was reaching such a pitch. But not to Heath. Addressing the UN General Assembly just after he came to power, he warned, "Today we must recognize a new threat to the peace of nations, indeed to the very fabric of society. We have seen, in the last few years, the growth of the cult of political violence, preached and practiced not so much between states as within them. It is a somber thought, but it may be that in the 1970s, the decade which faces us, civil war, rather than between nations, will be the main danger we face." The Heath government's confrontational response to genuine social discontent was to turn his prediction into a self-fulfilling prophecy. I doubt if the leaders of British industry wanted so headlong a clash. They knew from their own experience how much safer and easier it was to buy trade union leaders and to incorporate them into the establishment. Behind the new Tory government, however, other forces were at work, representing a new trend government not by the profit-making capitalists, but by accountants, lawyers, and the people who lectured on the ideology of self-interest and the need for profit-making capitalism. They were academics and theorists rather than practitioners. Consequently, they opted for the easy solution: go for the militants, what they called the far and wide left. But the trade union leaders knew only too well the principle so well established in Nazi Germany, that if everyone to your left is shot then you end up the extremist. Heath's government developed an industrial relations bill, under Secretary Robert Carr, that, like Wilson's in place of strife white paper, placed punitive restrictions on trade union rights. The result was enormous demonstrations throughout the industrial centers of Britain, with the highest number of walkouts since the general strike of 1926, particularly in the docks, local authorities and electricity. Heath announced a state of emergency. Both sides seemed to have declared war. X. 325. Heath's state of emergency. Asterisk. I was traveling abroad a lot and being interviewed by the police with increasing frequency. An interview with De Pommerhall and D.S. Balma from the Special Branch in September 1970 appeared on the surface more or less typical, but from their probing there were things they weren't telling me and they didn't have anything to do with Franco. Balma asked my lawyer Ben Bernberg to arrange an interview with me at Ben's office in Borough High Street. He wanted to know what I knew about bombs that had exploded on Sunday, September 27, at various airports: Heathrow, Le Bourget, and Le Touquet. Nothing. Did I have a car? I had the use of Mr. Meltzer's Corsair. Why had I gone to Brussels, Liege, and Namur recently, and whom had I seen? I did not know the people I met there well enough to put names to their faces, nor did I know where they lived. Did I remember the night of 29 to 30 August 1970, a Friday night? Did I know the Roehampton area? I didn't, and wasn't quite certain where Roehampton was. How about 7 to 8 September 1970? I didn't keep a diary. There was an explosion that night in the southwest area. These things happen all the time nowadays. What do the names The Wild Bunch * and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid mean to you? Great films. All about honor and redemption, friendship, and sticking it to the bad guys. When the interview ended, I told him that, like Frank Sinatra, it was the last one I would give. Already the management at William Press were complaining that I spent more time being interviewed by police than I did working. In future they would have to charge me with something or get off my case. 326. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and the Wild Bunch were the names used on communiques received following unreported bomb attacks on the homes of both the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir John Waldron, on August 30, and, a week later, that of the Tory Attorney General, Sir Peter Rawlinson. More attacks on establishment figures occurred in the following months. Attorney General Rawlinson's house was bombed again in October, there were simultaneous and coordinated attacks on Italian government offices in London, Manchester, Birmingham, and Paris, all claimed by groups calling themselves variously, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, the Wild Bunch, the International Revolutionary Solidarity Movement, and Lotta Continua. A bomb exploded in the offices of Greenford Cleansing Department during an industrial dispute. Another blew up a BBC outside broadcast van covering the Bob Hope Comfort Miss World contest at the Albert Hall. In December, the Spanish embassy was machine-gunned when international demonstrations of solidarity with 6 Basque nationalists on trial in Franco's courts were taking place. XX. The day after the shooting at the Spanish embassy, December 3, the main newspapers received the following handwritten one-sentence note, stamped with a John Bull printing kit. Communique 1, The Angry Brigade. Fascism and oppression will be smashed. Embassies, high pigs, spectacles, judges, property. This was the first time the name the Angry Brigade had been used. 6 days later, on December 9, the Department of Employment and Productivity in St. James's Square, the ministry responsible for the imminent, much-hated Industrial Relations Bill, was bombed. The explosion occurred just after the police had completed a search of the building. Communique number 2 from the Angry Brigade was sent. 327. Miss World. Bomb. Communique 1. The Angry Brigade. To the underground newspaper The International Times, where it was published in its issue number 93. Again, short and to the point, it said, simply, Success. Min. And Prod. It was stamped, Communique 2, The Angry Brigade, with the now familiar John Bull printing kit. A third communique was sent to IT, extracts from which were published in issues 94 and 95. The note described the bombing of the Department of Employment as part of a planned series of attacks on capitalist and government property. It ended, "We will answer their force with our class violence." Who were Butch Cassidy, the Wild Bunch and, lastly, the Angry Brigade? We attack property, not people. The day the Industrial Relations Bill passed into law, I had been working in North Ruislip and didn't arrive home in Finsbury Park until shortly after 10 in the evening. Around the time I was parking my car, 2 bombs exploded outside the Barnett home of Robert Carr, then Secretary of State for Employment in the government of Prime Minister Edward Heath, the man responsible for the bill. Brenda and I were sitting down to dinner when a television news flash announced the explosion. "Serves him right," I said. "Who do you think will get the blame?" said Brenda. I nearly choked. Our upstairs neighbors Pete and Val came down later to share a few bottles of cider and asked if we had heard the news. "Oh well, maybe you won't be the fall guy," said Pete. "They only blame you for things to do with Franco, don't they?" XX. Who did it? That evening, those claiming to lead the attack on Robert Carr's bill queued up for slots on the TV or radio to deny they attacked his house. Someone claimed that no trade unionist could have had anything to do with it. The Trotskyists were especially vehement in their denunciations, calling the whole event a fascist provocation. Their most frequent argument apart from the time is 329. 1. Not yet right was that armed or propaganda by deed actions were substitutes for the mass mobilization of the working class. These were the people who insisted that only a disciplined Marxist organization could lead the working classes to socialism. Someone suggested Carr had engineered it himself, and compared it to the burning of the Reichstag. Responsibility was claimed the next morning. The press announced that a letter had been sent to the Times, postmarked Barnett. It said simply, "Robert Carr got it tonight. We're getting closer." It was signed and stamped Communique 4, the Angry Brigade. The police were later to allege that the car bombings were the 18th in a series of small-scale, high-profile attacks by the same group of individuals. This group initially called itself the 1st of May, then by a variety of tongue-in-cheek names inspired by current outlaw-friendly films such as Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and the Wild Bunch, finally settling on the Angry Brigade. The choice of name was an ironic reference to the middle-class Brawler Brigade who had been winning the hearts and minds of Middle England by attacking striking railway workers with their umbrellas. The probing in Dip Palmer Hall's line of questioning now became clear. Before Carr's house was bombed, only the police and a few newspaper editors, including me, had heard of the Angry Brigade. The name had been used only a month before in the note to the underground newspaper International Times claiming responsibility for a machine gun attack on the Spanish embassy on the night of December 4. Black Flag had received the communiqué, but we chose not to publish it knowing it would lead to further visits from the police. The machine gun used in that attack, a Beretta M1938-42, was one of the connections with the 1st of May group. It was the same one used in the 1st of May group attack on the American embassy in Grosvenor Square 3 years earlier. After the Angry Brigade announcement, the country was awash with shock and schadenfreude, shock from the politicians, the mandarins, the broadsheet and tabloid leader writers, and, of course, 330 decent people everywhere who rushed to express their outrage, but schadenfreude from a good part of the rest of the country, who had felt they had it coming. The day after the car bombs, conservative journalist Peregrine Worsthorne attended a lunch at the Savoy given by Granada Television for their annual presentation of newspaper awards. William Whitelaw, Heath's first Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, was the guest of honor who took advantage of the occasion to make a speech deploring the attack. Instead, however, of his words being greeted by that fierce rumble of assent which might have been expected from an audience wholly at one with the speaker, a taken-aback Worsthorne reported were received, for the most part, in the cold silence of skepticism. The real shock was that MI5 had failed to sound any warning. Despite the investment of money and time in spying on the radical left, no one had any idea these attacks were being planned. Immediately, the Angry Brigade became the top priority of the security services. Detective Chief Superintendent Roy Habershon led the investigation, under his regional senior officer, Commander Dace. Habershon immediately recruited a team of around WHE Bomb Squad 30 officers from the Flying 1/X, Commander Robert Huntley, Squad and the Special Commander Ernest Bond, Detective Branch, a group which Inspector George Mould and later became known as the Detective Constable Ron Smith. Bomb Squad, and later still the Anti-Terrorism Branch. 331. The Angry Brigade's Communiqué No. 5 explained in more detail the reasons for their choice of targets, and to draw attention to the previously unpublicized attacks on the Attorney General and the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police. Has declared vicious class war. Carr's Industrial Relations Bill aims to make it a one-sided war. We have started the fight back, and the war will PE1_ the organized woe, King Glass with bombs. The leader writers expressed due disgust at the idea that senior officials were being held personally responsible for their actions. In denouncing these bombings, the newspapers allowed their indignant patriotism full rein. The Daily Mirror offered a reward of £10,000 to any person providing information leading to the arrest of the culprits. Would-be sleuths were assisted by the Beaverbrook Press, which supplied helpful clues as to the identity of a certain Scotsman involved. The Evening Standard of January 14 also gave a hint the police were after a young Scottish 332 anarchist, experienced in explosives, who had been imprisoned in Spain. Who could they have meant? The Scottish Daily Express led the subsequent tally-ho with the headline "Car Bombs, Hunt for Scott." Nationwide police checks were being made last night to flush out a known bomb anarchist, a Scot in his early 20s whom the Special Branch have put at the top of their wanted list in connection with the double bombing of Employment Minister, Mr. Robert Carr. I was not the only Scottish anarchist, as the Beaverbrook Press would have been quick to assure a court. And Spain had lots of anarchist prisoners, though admittedly the Scottish ones might be a little thin on the ground, but again, what reputation did I have to lose anyway? Curiously, It was at exactly the same time the police were said to be looking for me that the long line of hillman hunters, hillman minxes, and military motorcycles disappeared from around the North Thames Gas Board base at Harrow. Nor was there any further surveillance on my flat in Finsbury Park. They could hardly monitor my comings and goings if they were giving out the story that I was missing, and they couldn't arrest me because they had no evidence. A rich man would have marched off to the libel courts. I had no option but to sit it out. Much later, the Angry Brigade was made out to be a collection of quintessentially English amateur bunglers. In an attempt to retrospectively deny a threat existed, the view at the time was the reverse. Scotland Yard and security officials are becoming increasingly embarrassed and annoyed by the activities of the Angry Brigade, said the Times. They cannot now be dismissed as a group of cranks. Some senior officers credit the group with a degree of professional skill that has seldom been experienced. Talk of professional skills is interesting, and indicative. Professional in what way? Is there a way you can earn your living by putting the wind-up cabinet ministers? Unfortunately, no one pays for agitation except professional politicians and commercial interest groups. The police had in mind, or wished to portray, professional conspirators. But just because the Angry Brigade couldn't be dismissed as a group of cranks, it didn't follow that they were 333 professionals, or a group, or, in fact, that the incidents were linked in any way, except by the common political effect they were desired to have. Late in January, I agreed to an interview with Nicola Tyrer, the recently appointed educational correspondent of the Evening News. She wanted to do a series on young people and thought I might make a good subject. We arranged to meet in a Hornsey restaurant that Thursday evening. That Thursday, Paul Foote blew the whole Fleet Street crossword puzzle sky high in his private I-column footnotes, by naming me and completely debunking the national press stories of international police searches for the missing Scot. Unfortunately, apart from exposing the whole of Fleet Street as liars, the publication of Foote's story meant they could now mention me by name. Reporters from every national daily and Sunday paper converged on Harrow on the Hill to besiege the North Thames Gas Board yard where I was based. I was out on sector at the time. The yard supervisor chased them out, but they congregated outside like hungry scavengers waiting for my return. I agreed to take a week's holiday. That night I met Nicola Tyrer as arranged. It was her first assignment as educational correspondent of the Evening News and it turned into a front-page scoop. The headlines shouted Christie bombs, I deny it, and the paper printed the whole story of the police harassment and my fear that I would be framed by the police. The Evening Standard was ignominiously reduced to quoting from its rival. After the Evening News story appeared, Habershon in a bland how preposterous for Mr. Christie to think otherwise statement announced he had no special interest in me. But in a raid on Ross's house on January 24 he netted my address book, and crowed that it was a glossary of international revolutionaries, a description that 334 hardly fitted Malcolm Muggeridge, whose name and address was among those listed. Habershon backed off from me, at least publicly, and began looking for other suspects. The name he came up with, and remarkably quickly, was that of Ian Purdy, also a Scot, but someone unknown to me. Ian had been released from Albany Prison on the Isle of Wight the previous June after serving a 9-month sentence for petrol bombing the Ulster office in August 1969. Purdy's flat in Bedford Gardens had been raided by the bomb squad just 3 days after the car bombs, but he was in Edinburgh, and had been there, and Manchester, since the day of the bombing. He returned to London on January 18 and 2 days later gave a voluntarily statement to Dipalmer Hall as to underscore his movements. Coincidentally, the Gake Prescott Day Purdy gave his statement, January 20, 2 uniformed policemen on patrol in Notting Hill's Talbot Road arrested a man they claimed had been walking in an unsteady manner. When they searched him back at the police station they found some cannabis resin and 3 stolen checkbooks. The man's name was Jake Prescott, with previous for burglary and possession of a gun. Like Purdy, he too had recently been paroled from Albany Prison. Prescott was banged up in Brixton Prison first with one other prisoner, MRB, then, 2 days later, a third prisoner, MRA. Like Prescott, they were in for dishonest handling and other petty offenses. Prescott proved a talkative cellmate. In the week they were together he opened up to his new friends about the revolutionary circles in which he was now mixing. He also told his cellmates in considerable 335 detail about how he had been involved with another man, whom he identified by name, and 2 women in the car bomb, as well as the earlier bombings at the Department of Employment and the Miss World contest. He boasted of addressing the envelopes which had accompanied the Angry Brigade communiques. Prescott also talked about me, saying I had been told to get out of the way on a couple of occasions, presumably to establish an alibi, although he had never met me himself. Unfortunately for Prescott and for everyone connected with him, directly and indirectly MRO was also a registered police informer who worked for a local Brixton CID officer, De Peck. Sensing remission and the £10,000 reward on offered from the Daily Mirror, MRA contacted Peck who, in turn, got in touch with DCS Habershon. Habershon was sufficiently impressed with what MRA had to say that he immediately asked for Prescott's personal belongings to be sent from Brixton to Barnet to be examined by forensic scientists. Prescott's address book was to be Habershon's crock of gold, Rosetta Stone, and Enigma machine rolled into one. The handwriting was the same as that on the envelope containing car bombing communique. Habershon knew of Prescott's prison connection with Jan Purdy from Mr. A, but the diary also provided Habershon's team with a first circle of suspects. The following day, February 3, Habershon withdrew police opposition to bail and Prescott was released and placed under 24-hour surveillance. XX. Much of the investigation centered around a commune at 29 Grosvenor Avenue, a large 4-story house in Highbury, Islington, inhabited by, among others, an anarchist printer called Chris Broad and his partner Charlotte Baggins. It had been Prescott's first port of call after his release on bail from Brixton. Ian Purdy had also lived there for a time. Chris was a pleasant, well-mannered guy who had been left money by his parents and who wanted to contribute something. His way of doing that was to set up a radical print shop in the basement of number 29. The Broads and their friends hoped the commune would provide a model of alternative, collective behavior. Prescott was one of the regular Grosvenor Avenue hangers-on. Fortunately, he was one of the many I never met. But for Habershon, the convergence of both Prescott's connection and mine with Grosvenor Avenue was a plus. The names in Prescott's address book were cross-checked against those in mine. Habershon raided Grosvenor Avenue on the afternoon of February 11, almost exactly a month after the car bombing, and the same day 3 of the women living at Grosvenor Avenue were appearing at Bow Street Magistrates Court charged with disrupting the Miss World contest. At the same time a BBC outside broadcast van covering the event was blown up by the Angry Brigade. Habershon sensed a connection and arrested 4 of the Miss World women defendants in the precincts of the court, and had them taken to Barnet for questioning, before going to Grosvenor Avenue where the raid was already underway. Prescott and a Dutchman, Jan Arden, who had been seen leaving Grosvenor Avenue earlier, had been arrested earlier coming out of a nearby pub and were already at Barnet Police Station. All were denied access to their solicitors. X. Habershon's interrogation of the women confirmed that both Purdy and Prescott had indeed been staying at Grosvenor Avenue. Prescott was no match for Habershon. He finally admitted to addressing 3 envelopes, but claimed he was ignorant of their contents. The stolen checkbooks he had used, he said, the day after the car bombing to buy a ticket to Wivenhoe for a friend, Anna. 337. Prescott charged Mendelssohn, and 3 return tickets for himself and 2 other persons whose names he couldn't remember to Manchester, where he had stayed in a house in Cannock Street, in Moss Side for a couple of days. He could only remember the Christian names of the people who lived there, Jim, John, Chris, and Hilary. Habershon immediately requested the local drug squad/special branch to raid Cannock Street on a drugs or explosives charge, whichever was easier, to discover the political sympathies of the occupants. It proved a fruitful strategy. In the house at Cannock Street lived John Barker, Hilary Creek, Kate McLean, Chris Bott, and 3 others. All were marked down as the sort of literate young militants who might well be involved in the Angry Brigade. Nothing of direct relevance to the car bombing was found and nobody was charged, but address books, letters, newspapers, magazines, and a typewriter were taken away for closer scrutiny. The house and its occupants John, Hilary, Kate, and Chris were placed under police surveillance. XXK. By holding Udine-Arden and Prescott without charge, Habershon was acting in clear breach of habeas corpus, which the 2 men's lawyers and those of the National Council for Civil Liberties all protested. Udine-Arden was released after 3 days. He later told the press, "It was the most frightening experience of my life." On February 13, Jake Prescott was charged under the 1883 Explosive Substances Act with conspiracy to cause explosions, an open-ended charge which carried a 20-year prison sentence. The raids throughout London and the provinces increased in intensity, and spread to Scotland. It later emerged that Habershon's 2 main suspects were Purdy and me, and he was searching for evidence to connect us. Habershon had spent a considerable time in the fraud squad, and emphasized that Prescott's stolen checks, and others like them, could be a way of finding the other members of the Angry Brigade. In a check fraud, seemingly unrelated facts can be brought together to provide an overall picture of the conspiracy. He believed that the 338 Angry Brigade or people close to its activists were supporting themselves through check fraud, and by following the paper trail he would find his leads and his evidence. Other than myself, his main suspects appeared to be unemployed, so they had to be supporting themselves by illegal means. In the police theory, the Angry Brigade was a British section of the 1st of May group and I was the facilitator. The conspiracy they had constructed began even before my return to Britain in 1967, before most of their other suspects had left school or university. But I didn't fit in with the stolen checkbook strategy. I was clearly not involved in any check-kiting, was holding down a responsible job, working long hours from early morning until late at night, didn't live in a commune and didn't smoke dope. XX. On February 19, 1971, less than a week after Jake Prescott was charged with conspiracy, the Times published Communiqué No. 6, which they had received through the post from the Angry Brigade. It was probably the Angry Brigade's most important statement. Communiqué No. 6. Fellow revolutionaries. We have sat quietly and suffered the violence of the system for too long. We are being attacked daily. Violence does not exist only in the army, the police, and the prisons. It exists in the shoddy, alienating culture pushed out on TV, films, and magazines. It exists in the ugly sterility of urban life. It exists in the daily exploitation of our labor. The system will never collapse or capitulate by itself. More and more workers now realize this and are transforming union consciousness into offensive political militancy. Our role is to deepen the political contradictions at 339. Confronting the state. Overthrows the capital. No one with a traditional anarchist background would have expressed these ideas in quite this way, but the writers were clearly libertarian socialist. And clearly the Angry Brigade, like the 1st of May group, was moving from the political to the revolutionary, from simple anti-fascist solidarity to class war solidarity, and therefore to confronting the state. The idea behind every Angry Brigade action was that politicians, industrialists, and financiers were personally responsible for their actions. The Angry Brigade attacks were not intended to kill or injure people. The picture of the bombings has become distorted by the way similar devices were used with very different objectives by the Irish, Basque and Islamic jihadist groups in subsequent years. When the Irish campaign moved to mainland Britain not long after this, it struck blindly at the enemy, conducting an irregular version of total war, a strategy only different in scale from that of Al-Qaeda in targeting New York's Twin Towers using civilian aeroplanes. The Irish nationalists and jihad warriors failed to see that their cause would have been much better served by targeting not the innocent, but that term's implied correlative, the guilty. The Angry Brigade and those who acted in its name tried to pinpoint and limit their actions to the guilty without taking life. 340. Nor was the purpose to negotiate for specific political ends, bypass the democratic process, or even launch an urban guerrilla campaign in the hope it would lead to an insurrection. The constituency or community needed for a successful urban guerrilla campaign simply didn't exist, and certainly couldn't be created artificially. The Angry Brigade's actions were intended purely to complement the social struggle of the time by dramatically articulating the anger felt by many at the injustices of the system, the chicanery of politicians, and the people's apparent powerlessness in the face of so many assaults on their standards of living, their dignity and sense of fairness. By articulating this anger, they believed that other voices would join theirs. And other voices did. In addition to its anti-working class legislation, the Heath government had just posted unemployment figures of 814,819, the highest since May 1940. Discontented people up and down the land followed up the Angry Brigade's offensive by attacking Tory party and government buildings and army recruitment offices and with communiques, letters, and telephone calls. Not only this, but the police repression was fanning the flames of discontent among a wider section of the non-aligned left and radical hippiedom. According to one newspaper report, in January 1971 alone there had been 30 unpublicized attacks on establishment properties, banks, various Conservative Party offices and the home of Conservative MP Duncan Sandys. These were obviously not coming from one group. In fact, even the idea of a group, let alone the idea of a leader, was becoming hazy. People were acting spontaneously, from similar sets of ideas. This drove the police into a confused frenzy. They were trying to find an organization that increasingly appeared not to exist, but because they lacked any other understanding about how society might work, they were forced to continue searching for a traditional organization, with a leader, a membership, and fixed plans. And in the end they had to invent one. 341. XOXAK Habershon was being attacked from the left for his authoritarian excesses, and from the right for his lack of results. He announced he was after 12 main suspects. At last on March 6 Habershon arrested Ian Purdy at a house in Lavender Hill, South London. Unlike Prescott, Purdy gave nothing away during interrogation. Totally uncooperative throughout the questioning, his replies ranged from no comment, to work it out for yourself, when are you going to charge me instead of giving me all this shit, haven't you heard of judges' rules? Humiliatingly for Habershon, a week after Purdy's arrest there was a major explosion at the main offices of the Ford Motor Company at Gants Hill, Ilford, Essex. Again, no one was hurt. The explosion, which occurred during a major strike at the Ford Works, was accompanied by a 1,000-word communiqué commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Paris Commune. The March Ford bombing sparked yet more raids on Purdy's friends and associates, and other known anarchists. John Barker's circle was the focus of these. But still Habershon could come up with no substantial evidence of the gang he was after. The case against Prescott and Purdy was postponed and postponed, against the furious protest of human rights lawyers, until, at last, on April 22, it was impossible for the police to procrastinate any longer. The evidence presented at the 6-week committal proceedings was extremely flimsy, non-existent in Purdy's case. Ian Purdy's arrest. 342. But eventually the two were committed for trial at the Old Bailey. Among the 10 other suspects Habershon had in the frame was Chris Bott, a resident of Cannock Street. Habershon had him picked up in Manchester on April 26 and taken to London, where he was charged with fraud, then released on bail. 343. Public Enemy Number 1. Bomb goes on May 1, 1971. Another bomb went off. This time it was in the trendy Osby boutique in Kensington. Biba had a long tradition of exploitation of their young shop assistants, who were paid miserable wages, as were their cutters, but the Angry Brigade intended it as an attack on trendy consumer capitalism. In fashion as in everything else, capitalism can only go backwards. They're dead. The future is ours. The only thing you can do with modern slave houses called boutiques is wreck them. You can't reform capitalism and inhumanity. Just kick it till it breaks. Communique 8, The Angry Brigade. X. 2 weeks later, on May 22, the Press Association received a telephone call. This is the Angry Brigade. We've just done the police computer. We're getting closer. 344. The computer in question was the police computer at Tintagel House on the south bank of the Thames, a device whose full potential and importance were just beginning to be realized. The explanation for the attack came in a slightly more surreal communique 9. The ACRES. Threatening equals calls to government, bosses, leaders. Underscore the Angry Brigade is the man or woman sitting next to you. They have guns in their pockets and hatred in their minds. We are getting closer. Off the system and slash its property. Power to the people. That same May night there were simultaneous explosions in Paris at British Rail HQ and the showrooms of two prestigious British car firms Rolls-Royce and Rover. The Paris bombings were accompanied by a communique in the form of an open letter to Prime Minister Heath, then visiting Paris to develop and consolidate. 345. Britain's role in the common market. The communique also protested against the arrests of Ian Purdy and Jake Prescott and was collectively signed by the Angry Brigade, Group Commune 71, Group Marius Jacob and the International Revolutionary Solidarity Movement, the last being the umbrella name for the European anarchist action groups, including the 1st of May Group. Tintagel House was not only the location of the Scotland Yard computer, it was also the new home base of the recently formed and still secret bomb squad. Sir John Waldron, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, had recently authorized an increase in the bomb squad to 30 officers, relocated it from Barnet to Tintagel House, and given it a new permanent commander to ensure it had the necessary precedence and clout. The name of this commander was to be kept secret. He was to be referred to as Commander X. Commander X's identity wasn't much of a secret. I learned his name through journalist sources within days of his appointment. He was Ernest Radcliffe Bond, who, although officially appointed to head the investigation on June 23, 1971, had been involved in the case for some time. He had been present during the interrogation of Jake Prescott in Barnet in February. But the Metropolitan Police needed some good press, and this was one way of regaining the PR initiative. In fact, the real reason for Bond's identity being kept secret was to avoid the embarrassment of his home being bombed, like that of the police commissioner and the attorney general. On July 22, the Essex home of the hardline anti-trade union managing director of Ford's Halewood plant, William Batty, was bombed, as was one of the transformers at the firm's Dagenham plant. The explosion at Batty's home blew out the French windows of his study at 2 a.m., while he and his wife were asleep in the bedroom upstairs. Both were unharmed. Prime Minister Heath, Home Secretary Maudling, the Cabinet, and the press were outraged. The police have been ordered to treat the Angry Brigade as public enemy number 1, stated the Sunday Telegraph. Increasingly, the linguistic style of the Angry Brigade, the newspapers, and police converged. In fact, the public, at least the working class and the angry 346 brigade, were on the same side, and the jubilation at next bombing confirmed that. In July, John Davies, Edward Heath's Secretary of State for Trade and Industry, announced the closure of the Clydebank and Scottstown yards of the heavily state-subsidized Upper Clyde shipbuilders, and the mass layoff of almost 9,000 workers. A third shipyard was to be operated with a greatly reduced workforce taking a pay cut. This was a deliberate move by the Heath government to attack the union movement. Despite close police protection on all of Heath's cabinet ministers, the door of Davies's Putney flat was damaged by a bomb blast on July 31 and reported extensively in the national press. This attack was accompanied by Angry Brigade Communique 11. The following day, August 1, 1971, the workers of Upper Clyde shipyards began a protest occupation of the yards that was to last almost 2 months. I was in Glasgow at the time, having gone up to visit my mum and my dad who were now reunited, after the unexpected reappearance of the latter after 20 years. Mum had written to him asking for a divorce, and he turned up on the door one day in Blantyre suggesting that they mak a kirk or a mill o' things, meaning should they give the marriage another go. Mum thought, why not? And that was that. Dad had been living with another woman in Aberdeen for some time, but that relationship had ended for some reason. I never asked him why. Personally, I think he had come home to die, as it was around this time he was diagnosed with cancer of the bowel, but he didn't tell anyone about his condition until closer to the end. The atmosphere in the Glasgow shipyards was loaded. Trade Union 347. Guide aboard. And Stalinist Communist Party spokesmen who had publicly denounced the Angry Brigade's irresponsible act during their negotiations were howled down when brought face to face with the shipyard workers. I had been in regular but discreet contact with John Barker since the Freedom Press meeting the previous year, keeping him and the others in touch with the work of the anarchist Black Cross and the literature we were producing. The ongoing harassment from the Manchester police had persuaded them to move back to London, to a flat in Stamford Hill. By now the police knew where I was living in Fonthill Road, and the constant police surveillance and the daily expectation of a raid or possible arrest were also having an effect both on Brenda and on me. We decided to move to somewhere we couldn't easily be found. Our upstairs neighbors and friends, Val and Pete, had moved recently to a small cottage in Drift, outside Penzance, on the road to Land's End. We rented a cottage nearby, and Brenda moved down, with the 2 cats and all their offspring, in a journey enlivened by brimstones, deciding to have another litter halfway there. My intention was to move to Cornwall permanently as soon as the gas conversion contract opened up in the West Country. In the meantime, I moved back into a flat in Nightingale Lane, Hornsey, with Ross, sharing it with another mate and his girlfriend, who held the lease. John Barker was an occasional visitor to the Nightingale Lane flat. On one occasion he came to borrow a drill, and to let me know they were moving from Stamford Hill to Amherst Road in Stoke Newington. He was also going to France for a short break and wanted to contact Guy Debord, the French situationist, with a view to translating some of his work into English. I gave him some addresses in Paris where he might make contact through mutual friends, and told him to let me know how he got on when he returned. I didn't see John again until July 28, when I returned from Cornwall and took him, among other publications, Miguel Garcia and Luis Portillo's account of Unamuno's last lecture. I did not stay long at Amherst Road. We went to our usual rendezvous in a pub in Stoke Newington High Street, where John told me he had heard on the grapevine that some people had been considering a kidnapping in the name of the Angry Brigade should Prescott and Amherst Road Purdy be convicted. The bomb squad raided 359 Amherst Road at 4:30 in the afternoon of Friday, August 20. The police had hit the jackpot, claiming to have found 2 submachine guns, an automatic pistol, ammunition, 13 detonators. The number turned out to be important, and explosives. They also found documents and other paraphernalia, including a John Bull printing set, all of which was relevant to the investigation. Habershawn's men had not only found Jim Greenfield and Anna, but also John Barker and Hillary Creek. They had what they believed to be the core of the Angry Brigade. Except one. At the police station, both men were badly beaten up by D.S. Gillam's 2 young detective constables, Savell and Ashenden. It's unlikely the beating was an 349. Amherst Road arrests. Benas. Attempt to extract a confession from the 2 men. It was more likely punishment, maybe just anger at John and Jim for what they represented. As they were beating the 2 men, they told them that when they were finished they were going to the women's cells to beat up Anna and Hillary. Neither of the women were beaten up, but they were humiliated by being stripped naked, their clothes removed and given an old blanket to wear all the time they were there. Nor were they given any food or water. XX*. For me, that Saturday had been one of those days when nothing seemed to go right. It began with trouble and worked its way up to disaster. Thad crashed Albert's car on Friday night, and had no money to fix it. Ross had been robbed on a night out in the West End. The nearest person I knew who might be able to help was John Barker in Stoke Newington. At the back of my mind was the thought that I was at least postponing the evil hour when I had to go to my friend and confess. 350. I'd smashed up his car and ruined the weekend he had planned in Wales. I remember the car radio was playing Ardeen Taylor's song Indiana Wants Me as I drove. I hummed along and joined in the chorus. The battered Corsair was still drivable, just albeit in a sorry-looking state. Out of habit, I parked several streets away from Amherst Road and walked up the row of terraced Victorian houses to number 359, the very last house in the street. The front door was ajar, but thinking nothing of it, I ran up the 3 flights of stairs to the top flat and was slightly taken aback to find that door too was open. I walked through the hallway and into the front room, shouting anyone in. I looked around. What had been a lived-in room a few days earlier had been stripped bare of furniture. Suddenly, I became aware of a man stretched out at the far end of the room, below the 2 sash windows, which were fully open. In spite of my shout, the man was still fast asleep and snoring, with a copy of the Daily Express spread over his chest and his feet up on one of the remaining chairs. I walked over and shook the sleeper awake. "What's going on here?" I demanded. He spluttered and nearly fell off the chair with surprise. With a sinking heart, I saw hanging above him on the wall a 2-way police radio. It crackled into life with voices, static and white noise. A creaking sound behind me made me turn round. A knot suddenly tightened in my stomach. There, framed in the doorway, stood Detective Constable Claude Gell, a special branch officer who had been on my case for some years. DC Gell smiled with barely concealed delight. I'd walked into a trap they didn't even know they'd set. £250,000 worth of special branch expenditures was about to be justified. The snoozing policeman quickly regained his composure and produced his warrant card in reply to my question. It was Detective Constable Daniels of the Special Branch. He asked me why I had come to that address. Not being certain what exactly had happened, the wisest thing was not to answer any questions, not even to confirm my name, despite the fact that Gell and Daniels knew perfectly well who I was. Daniels then arrested me in connection with what he described as property removed from the flat the previous night by police officers. I said I thought it a bit over the top to charge me over what had gone before I got there. But at the same time I was wondering what the hell I had walked into and how I was going to get Brenda some money and Albert his car. In the charge room at Stoke Newington Police Station, they removed all my possessions, including the car keys. They even took my cigarettes, though Gell did give me a few of his own in compensation. I asked him to buy me some more out of the money I had on me, which he did. August was not my lucky month. I had been arrested in Spain around the same date 7 years earlier. Not normally given to displays of emotion, once that cell door banged shut behind me with its ominous reverberation, all my frustration and anger at events over the last 12 hours, the last 12 weeks, or months, or years boiled over. Suddenly, I started kicking the cell door and shouting for my solicitor. After I'd been told to shut up a couple of times, 2 young SID detective constables attached to the bomb squad, Savell and Ashenden, charged in and grabbed my arms, doubling them behind my back, and frog marched me through the charge room out into the yard to a waiting police car, us exchanging curses all the while. As I was being manhandled past the police garage in the yard, I noticed the Corsair parked there with a large sign in front, wanted for fingerprinting. Do not touch. As we passed it, one of the coppers said, "Right, you bastard, you're going to go down for 20 years for this little lot." They wore the smug grins of men who know something I didn't. I knew that could only mean they had planted something in the car, but wasn't to know what until later that afternoon. We were joined in the car by the senior officer who had led the raid the night before, Detective Sergeant Andrew Gillum. As we drove to Albany Street Police Station, the field HQ where Commander Bond had set up his traveling forensic circus, I gathered. 352. From the needling of the two younger detectives that I had been arrested because I was the leader of the Angry Brigade, and that they and Arsenal had found an arsenal in Amherst Road with all the evidence they needed to put me away for years. I didn't rise to the bait. D.S. Gillum finally told them to be quiet. At Albany Street it struck me that if all this show of power came into operation just to deal with a minuscule outfit like the Angry Brigade, what would British democracy be like if it was confronted with an insurrection? I wasn't expecting an answer to this mental and metaphorical question, but it came a year or so later, postmarked Belfast. The charge room was as busy as a Saturday afternoon in Sauchiehall Hall Street. The crowd of inquisitive uniformed and plainclothes police officers parted to make way for my escort and me. I was booked in and taken to the cell block in the basement. Much later in the afternoon, when things had quietened down a bit, I heard John's voice shout, "You all right, Jim?" A grunt in the affirmative came from Jim's cell, which turned out to be two up from my own. John went on, "Did you hear they brought Stuart in?" "I Stuart who?" said Jim. "I haven't heard the evidence anything." "They did," I shouted. They had also arrested Chris Bott when he called at the Stoke Newington flat later that day, and he, too, was brought down to the cells. We couldn't sustain much useful conversation shouting along a darkened corridor where anyone could have been listening. The atmosphere must have 353 been like that in the steerage dormitory of the Titanic as it was going down. To cheer us up a bit, I began a sing-song, a rousing but discordant rendition of "See What the Boys in the Back Room Will Have" from the Marlene Dietrich film Destry Rides Again. After the singing died down and in between the sporadic one-liners that passed for conversation, every so often we'd hear the sound of a cell door being unlocked then banged shut and steps echoing along the corridor. Someone was being taken away for interrogation. After an hour or so they would return and someone else would be taken away. Finally, they came for me at about 7:15 p.m. I was escorted to the second-floor office by Detective Sergeant Davies, a big fat cop with a round chubby face and a thick black droopy mustache. As we were about to enter the interrogation room, I saw the familiar figure of D.S. Roy Creamer come out of an office. As we passed, he gave me a friendly smile in his inimitable manner, as if to say simultaneously that he was sorry to see me there, that it was really nothing to do with him, and he looked forward to many more pleasant chats. Davies looked back at him as he disappeared down the corridor. "Bloody special branch," he said. I breathed again. He sounded almost as though we had something in common, a dislike of the political police. The interrogation room was painted in institutional cream, brightly lit with fluorescent tubes. Davies joined three other men seated at a table against the wall, two at each end. I was in the middle. Davies did the introductions. On my left was D.C. Michael Doyle. On my right was D.C.I. Ribby Wilson of the Special Branch and my interrogator-in-chief, Commander Ernest Ernie Bond. A stockily built thick-necked man in his early 50s, Bond was smartly dressed in a chocolate-brown pinstripe suit, brown shoes, and matching tie. His skimpy, thinning brilliant-tinted hair was slicked back from a broad forehead. A bulbous nose, thin lips, and high cheekbones drew attention to his deep-set stony eyes and boxer's ears. His appearance suggested an aging Buenos Aires tango dancer. 354. D.C. Doyle was the exhibit's officer. The exhibit's documents, checkbooks, passports, driving licenses, submachine guns, an automatic pistol, ammunition, sticks of dynamite, and a box of detonators, all allegedly removed from Amherst Road and my Corsair, were stacked high on the table in front of me. Bond looked at me. His eyes dilated for just a moment. I tried to read his face, it was inscrutable. Not a hint of triumphalism. Then he spoke. The tone of his voice was monotonous, as though he had launched into a set-piece monologue. He began with the time-honored formula, "I presume you understand why you have been brought here." "No," I replied, "you presume wrong, I have no idea." Apart from a few abusive remarks made by his subordinates, I had been told nothing. I reminded him that it was on record that I would not give any more interviews to the police, not even in the presence of my solicitor, and it seemed to me that even for them this was going a bit far in investigating political activities. Bond agreed that I was not obliged to assist the police with their inquiries, but said there were still a number of questions he needed to put to me. I said he could do so, but I would prefer to have my solicitor present. There was one thing I would say, however. At this all ears stood up, and that was a criticism of the outrageous lack of amenities in the police station. I had been held 8 hours without a bite to eat, and the very least they could do was provide us with a regular cup of tea and something to eat now and again. Bond turned to Ribby Wilson and asked if he could arrange for me to have a regular cup of tea. He then cautioned me and began his questions. To everything that was put to me I either made no reply or asked for my solicitor. Bond then explained that he was making inquiries about the Angry Brigade. "What we have found leads me to believe that those connected with the flat are associated with the Angry Brigade," he said. This then was their way out of the definitional problem of who was in the Angry Bridage. They had determined that the Angry Brigade would be those people found with explosives. 355. Special Branch. Interrogation. Look at these posters found in your car. I didn't know possession of posters was a crime. I would like to consult with my solicitor on that fact. This Time Out magazine is yours. Do you sympathize with the Angry Brigade? There's a picture in it which refers to them. I don't edit Time Out. My sympathies are my own. You have publicly admitted being an anarchist, haven't you? I replied, yes, I have. My solicitor can tell you all about it. Bond rummaged through the large pile of plastic bags on the desk and produced one they said contained what had been taken from my car. I was asked to separate what was mine from what was Albert's. Bond then leaned down to open his desk drawer, not to the pile on his desk, from which he produced a little cardboard box with 2 detonators sticking out from a bed of cotton wool. Here was the magician producing the rabbit from his hat. In the boot of your car, police officers found these 2 detonators. What have you to say about these? His face was expressionless. I stared in disbelief at the detonators and looked at Bond. For some reason I couldn't believe they would be so crude as to plant detonators on me, or anything else so obvious. It seemed that this was their card that trumped my ace. It was now for a jury to decide whether it had come out of Bond's sleeve or the boot of the Corsair. At the end of the interrogation, just as I stood up to go, the music of La Marseillaise blasted loudly from the street outside. Wilson and Bond jumped from their seats and rushed to the window to see what was happening outside. It was an ice cream van. Ribby Wilson turned to me with a laugh, saying he thought for a moment French revolutionaries had come to rescue me. I don't know if they really expected that within a few hours French revolutionaries could have got over to London to attack a small police station near Regent's Park complete with municipal band. In my cell, I thought about Bond's conduct of the interrogation. Clearly, he had not been looking for a confession. He was simply going through the motions for the court. He was telling me like it was. Ben Bernberg came to my cell early next morning. Ben agreed with 356. My decision not to give a statement, but he did suggest I cooperate in giving a handwriting sample and to allow them to take swabs from my hands to verify whether I had handled explosives recently. I did both. Later that afternoon I was taken upstairs for another brief interview with Bond, largely about the names in my address book. Bond pointed out the sinister significance of Barker, J., and Christie. I referred him to the not-so-sinister Malcolm Muggeridge. That evening, in the cells, Sir John Waldron, the outgoing police commissioner himself, came to gloat with a posse of high-ranking police officers and civilians. For a few seconds he and the others peered in at me, silent and expressionless, through the hatch of the cell door, then walked down the corridor to look at the others. XX. Monday morning was my second morning in captivity, and the third for the others. One by one the four of us were marched out to a small sink in the charge room where we were allowed to have a quick freshen up with cold water, surrounded by half a dozen policemen, and then taken outside to the high-walled police car park for a brisk twice around the yard walk, so we couldn't say we hadn't had any fresh air. It felt like being a prisoner in Fort Apache with all the cops on the roof and the guards on the door. Anna and Hillary, who were still without clothes, were kept locked up until finally some old prison uniforms were provided in order for them to be brought into the charge room. We were then all marched into the charge room and lined up. This was the first sight I had had of the others since our arrest. Jim and John were bruised on the face and had been badly beaten up. Anna and Hillary both looked tired but cheered up enormously on seeing John and Jim. The full lineup of those the authorities had decided were the Angry Brigade was John Barker, Anna Mendelson, Hillary Creek, Jim Greenfield, Ian Purdy, Jake Prescott, me, and Chris Bott, the last to arrive. Not the 12 Habershaw had promised, but 8 would have to do. 357. Naming the Angry Brigade. We were lined up according to the severity of the charges against us. Jim and Anna were first on the list, then John and Hillary. Chris Bott and I brought up the rear. I whispered to him that it was rather like a double wedding with us as best men. The room was packed with policemen, lowly and senior. It was obviously an historic occasion. The charges against us were read out one by the station inspector. When he came to my name I shouted that I had been framed. Everyone looked at me, slightly embarrassed. It was as though someone objected to the wedding. The inspector, nonplussed, noted my objection and proceeded to read out the property sheets. I refused to sign my list, which included the 2 planted detonators. This created a problem. The inspector didn't want to have to type out the list again. Bond stepped in at this point and saved the day by initialing the 2 offending items. They formed a striking contrast to the other rubbish in the car, which included a half-eaten bag of peanuts. X. At 10 o'clock that Monday night, as I was settling down to sleep, the cell door flew open and I was dragged from my bunk by a flurry of uniformed policemen, handcuffed and quickly frog-marched through the police station and bundled into one of 6 black Mariahs, Hillary and Anna. Waiting in the yard, 1 for each. Our police escort had been told not to speak to us, so we didn't know where we were being driven at such high speed through the night. Our destination turned out to be 358. 359. S. The police cells at Clerkenwell Magistrates Court, where we were going to be remanded in custody the following day. The move was a security measure to make sure the international anarchist conspirators couldn't find our whereabouts and break us out in the dead of night. The IAC must have been having the night off. After a breakfast of stewed tea and bland porridge, we were marched into the adjacent courtroom. The dock was so small we 360. Couldn't all squeeze in, so Chris Bott and I had to stand at the side. I looked around at the equally tight squeeze in the public gallery, friends and comrades who had braved the formidable police pressure and searches to crush in. I was elated to see Brenda trying to lift her arm out of the scrum and give me an encouraging wave. I signaled to her to go to the back of the court for a visit afterwards, and waited to hear what the magistrate had to say. The magistrate wasted no time listening to protestations of innocence. The police had brought us there and charged us, and were convinced of our guilt. As he put it, he was small fry. All he could do was legalize our being locked up until we could prove our innocence before a judge and jury. In the event, we would not be given that opportunity for a year and a half. 361. Doing the Brixton Shuffle. Anna and Hillary were sent to Holloway, the rest of us went to Brixton. I was sent to maximum security, as they had me down as a recidivist for some reason. Over the next 3 months we made grueling, weekly journeys to magistrates' courts, processions which began as huge productions when the police still suspected a rescue attempt would be made for us, but then obtained a blander tone as time wore on. This routine is a consequence of the acclaimed habeas corpus. Nobody can be kept imprisoned without coming before the court, so people have to keep coming back and back and back to court until finally the authorities decide they had scraped together all the evidence can to chance a trial. At least it prevented us joining the ranks of the disappeared. All the allegations against us were predicated on the possession charge. In my case, the alleged possession of 2 detonators, in the case of the 4 from Amherst Road, the alleged possession of arms, and in the case of Chris Bott, nothing at all. Chris was tacked onto the Amherst Road possession of the explosives and guns charge, despite the fact everything had been removed before he arrived there. XK 363. E. On one occasion, a Trotskyist screw asked if I had read Kropotkin's In Russian and French Prisons. In fact, I hadn't. It was a rare item because the Tsarist authorities had bought up edition after edition of the book when it first appeared, to prevent it being known, but it has been reprinted since then. You ought to write in Spanish and English prisons one day, he said, half jokingly. He took it for granted, as did many of my friends, that the Spanish prisons would be much worse, but it is a sad commentary on English liberalism that this just wasn't true. When I discussed this with Miguel Garcia, my friend and former fellow prisoner, he agreed that it was the soullessness of British prisons that made them outstanding in the history of penology. National characteristics come into it as well. Cold cabbage, muddy fish cakes, soggy sponge with lumpy custard and gnat's piss for tea would be considered a provocation diet in Spain. The authorities offering it would be expecting a riot. British prisoners have probably been conditioned by years of factory canteens, greasy spoon cafes and now McDonald's. But there was another striking difference between the two countries. British jails were run on a system of state socialism, where you get what you are given. Spanish jails in Franco's time were run along on much more humane lines inasmuch as there was some degree of choice involved. You could work and earn more, and this is a punishment, not work and scrape by, if you were prepared to do without things like fags and Serrano ham sandwiches. You could have money sent in from outside and spend it in a canteen or the prison restaurant. Thus responsibility for the individual's quality of life in prison became his own, that of his comrades or his family. Like money everywhere, its circulation in jail leads to corruption, but it is also the one thing that eases tyranny. Corruption certainly exists in English jails, albeit fitfully. In Spain it was built into the system. But for those who have illusions as to what can be achieved by the parliamentary system, a comparison of Spanish and English prisons would be interesting. 364. Some might think this flattering for Francoist jails. It is not intended to be. Ultimately, conditions in all prisons come down to what a government feels it can get away with. In Franco's Spain they had more or less the whole nation locked up at one time or another, so that the guards had to live with the prisoners. In Franco's jails many of the inmates were taken out and murdered. But as the jails there gradually settled into becoming part of the furniture of the regime, they became less unbearable, simply in order to avoid the constant tension and cycle of reprisals. If people spent Francoist-length sentences in Brixton under Home Office rules, the place would be ripped apart. XX. Prescott and Purdy's trial had been due to start on September 6. The prosecution failed to have it attached to ours. Prescott had already been in jail 6 months and Purdy 5, but the motion in any case delayed the trial to November 10, 1971. One of the claims made by the police was that the angry brigade was now smashed. Unfortunately for them, on September 24, a month after our arrest, Albany Street Barracks, just down the road from where we had been held, was bombed. The angry brigade claimed responsibility in calls to the press. Another bombing followed on October 19, at the home of Chris Bryant, one of the Midlands' biggest lump employers who was then in the middle of a major industrial dispute. It was accompanied by Communique 13 which, apart from explaining the reasons for the bombing, stated that those of us then in custody were political prisoners in the ongoing class war. It added, "We are not in a position to say whether any one person is or isn't a member of the brigade. All we say is, the brigade is everywhere." Let 10 men and women meet who are resolved on the lightning of violence rather than the long agony of survival. From this moment despair ends and tactics begin. X. 365. Attacks. Continue. Oh yes. Later attacks were directed at Chelsea Bridge opposite the barracks, Everton Street Army Tank HQ, the officers' mess in Dartmoor Prison, and the Post Office Tower. British government offices and institutions in Amsterdam, Basel, Barcelona, Rome, and Paris were also bombed, and the attacks claimed on behalf of the Angry Brigade, and in support of Ian and Jake and those of us arrested subsequently. As far as I am aware, neither the Angry Brigade or 1st of May Group were involved in the spate of letter bombs that were being sent at this time. XX. The final Angry Brigade Communiqué 14, Geronimo Cell, was published in International Times on December 14, 1971. Property. We have shaken the FO and scared cabinet ministers. We have given them a SM1 dose of they see own medicine, a little taste of their own violence. But now is the time to silence capitalist cynics and revolutionary fools. The resent spate of letter bombs has absolutely nothing to do with the People's Movement, or any cells of the brigade. Letter bombs. 366. London. These bombings did not challenge the police definition of the Angry Brigade. They described all subsequent events as copycat actions, or perhaps the work of sympathizers. In fact, the people who carried out these actions were as much a part of the Angry Brigade as the people locked up. As the famous saying goes, you can't imprison an idea. X. In Brixton I spent my days and nights reading, writing and thinking, pacing up and down or lying on my bunk. If it didn't rain we were 367. Banged up for 23 hours a day with half an hour's exercise in the morning and afternoon, doing the Brixton shuffle around the Figueroa Fate path in the small grassy compound outside a wing. If it was raining we were inside for 24. As in Carabanchel, it was fascinating to chat to my fellow prisoners and find out how they had got there. A regular companion on the wing shuffle was Bang Bang Charlie Cowden. Charlie was a fellow Glaswegian, a distinguished-looking one at that, with his mane of silver hair and patrician good looks. He looked every inch a guards officer. He had been an armed robber forced by ill health into a life of charlatanry and confidence frauds, at which he clearly had no natural talent, having notched up almost 600 offences. On this occasion he was inside for bigamy. The extraordinary thing was that both wives were still bringing him food hampers every week, one from Harrods and the other from Fortnum and Mason, delivered in Rolls Royces. Brenda used to chat with both the wives in the waiting room. A couple of guys on my landing had probably escaped hanging only because there was no longer a death penalty. There were toughs, toffs, harebrained drug-dealing hippies and genteel middle-class fraudsters. Most of a wing prisoners were serious hard men, professional robbers of security vans, banks, post offices, and building societies. They faced long prison sentences. Mind you, so did we. XX. The glory days of the old-time East End gangsters were over by the time we arrived in Brixton. They had shared the same values and morality as the Metropolitan Cid who pursued them, coppers like Commander Bond. The two sides were parasites living off each other, particularly what was then the Flying Squad. Those who had ended up in Brixton were usually Tories, whose cell walls were decorated with Union Jacks and photographs of the Queen. By the early 1970s the new serious criminal tended to be younger and more independently minded, with no respect for law and order as part of 368. The natural order of things. As in every other strata of society, the age of deference had gone. By 1971, the photos on the wall were more likely to be of Che Guevara than the Queen. Brixton's screws, as in most British prisons, were recruited mostly from the north of England. The job offered security and a roof over their heads. Mostly they were reasonable people. They didn't bother us if we didn't bother them. but there was also a less likable hardcore of fascists who wanted to run the place under the regime of the National Front-dominated Prison Officers Association and did what they could to make life unbearable for prisoners in general, and for us in particular. There have been lots of published commentaries on prison life. Presumably they are read for pure titillation, for the reforms over the last 100 or even 50 years have been negligible. Possibly the prisons have got worse, and certainly the same ones have got older. I was better off than most, since Brenda was able to work half-days and visit me with meals. Still, she couldn't have done it without a lot of help. The anarchist Black Cross had set up a defense fund for us, but it could never have managed to raise enough to keep Brenda going while she spent so much time and money visiting me. When I came out I had a look at the books and found someone had been putting a $5 a week in and even more. I couldn't find out who it was. For some time I suspected a deep ruse of the special branch, as Albert in his usual self-effacing way said it was anonymous, until he finally confessed he was the donor. Of course my gratitude for both of these acts of support cannot be expressed. Even Habershon and Bond could scarcely forbear expressing admiration for Brenda after daily visits had stretched into a year or so, a cheer indeed from the ranks of Tuscany. Another regular visitor with expensive food parcels was Simon Watson Taylor, an exotic survivor of the old London anarchist group, secretary of the London Surrealist group in the 1940s and translator of Alfred Jarry's The Abo plays. Simon had the soul of a hippie and the dress sense of a fop when he had to impress. He carried a silver-topped cane on which his name was engraved. Asked by the Screws. 369. X. To identify himself. As he handed in his Fortnum hamper, Simon whacked his cane down on the desk and said, "Take it from there, my man." Wrong attitude. The Screws got their own back on me by dumping all the expensive food onto one plate and covering it in custard, which was in fact advocaat. George Melly, who had been looking after Simon's collection of surrealist paintings while the latter was on his travels to India in the 1960s, sold one of these at Simon's request to raise money for the Stoke Newington 8 Defence Committee. It went for about £10,000. X. They wouldn't allow me out of a wing, so after a lot of argy-bargy with the governor and the Home Office, Jim, John, and Chris were transferred to a wing to prepare our joint defense. After more pressure, Hillary and Anna were brought over from Holloway on a couple of occasions. No one interfered with our notes during these conferences, but Anna and Hillary had all their papers taken away and read by the authorities every night they got back. I had no idea whether or not my co-defendants were guilty either of possession, of conspiracy, or of the specific bombings. I didn't ask and I didn't care. We were, however, on the same side and in the same dock. If we were to stand any chance of acquittal, we had at least not to allow ourselves to be divided against each other. It was a case of hanging together, or hanging separately. From the start we agreed we should not be divided against each other, but neither should we be subjoined to the point where conspiracy was easy to prove. The mere fact that the polite and the director of public prosecutions insisted we were all in the dock together facing the same conspiracy charges was something over which we had no control. We began to understand the pitfalls of the conspiracy laws under which we were charged. The prosecution didn't need to prove that we all had possession of weapons, or that we had any direct link to the bombings, just that there was probably an agreement, and if we knew what that agreement was, we were conspirators. It didn't even 370 need any explanation or exchange of words. The agreement could be effected by a wink or a nod. Kafkaesque or what? We agreed we would all act individually, with separate counsels. John, Anna, and Hillary chose to defend themselves. This way we hoped to force the prosecution to spell out its charges, and in being more specific, appear less plausible. We all knew only too well that the prosecution would drag in my Spanish experience and contacts as part of the conspiracy charge against me, and this would form the basis of the case against everyone else. Ben Bernberg chose Kevin Winstein as my barrister. At first I thought it an odd choice. Kevin was very different from the other young barristers who were launching their radical careers on the back of our case, Mike Mansfield and Ian MacDonald. His manner appeared downright reactionary and sexist. I was mistaken. Not only had Kevin a brilliant mind, his arrogance and cutting wit was a defensive armor plating hiding one of the kindest, most sympathetic human beings imaginable. In the end there was only one QC on the team, Lawton Scott, who acted for Chris Spot. XX. The air of discontent in British society had permeated even the walls of HMP Brixton. The spring and summer of 1972 were hot. As the temperature rose, so too did the tension among the remand prisoners. A riot situation was building up. There had been reports of sit-downs and rooftop protests in other prisons. I can't remember what exactly triggered the first sit-down protest in our prison that summer, but the general agreement amongst the prisoners was that we had had enough. I was among those delegated to negotiate with the prison authorities. The main conditions prisoners wanted improved were food, the right to associate, and proper visiting facilities. And at the heart of our protest being remand prisoners was the bail system. The average period spent on remand in a wing at that particular time was 9 to 12 months. Some of these demands were met, the majority were not. I was hauled in front of the governor and received a warning. The prisoners. 371. Movement spread throughout the country, not due to us but because of the intolerable conditions that provoked anger, protest, and, often, violence. X. The British state denies holding any political prisoners. The German state, pressed to reveal how many political prisoners it had, coyly admitted to one in its history: Rudolf Hess. In their definition, there is no such thing as a political prisoner, just criminals. But a political prisoner is never distinct from a criminal. In Nazi Germany, Spain, Russia, Greece, Brazil, Turkey, Baghdad, Tehran, and Guantanamo Bay, political prisoners are incarcerated, and worse, because they have broken the law of the land. The state is the arbiter of what is legal, therefore by definition those who oppose it are criminals. Some states, though, are smarter than others, and recognize that they should separate political activists from unpoliticized prisoners who are disgruntled with the unfair distribution of wealth and class justice. It is curious that one aspect of hypocrisy has defeated another. The insistence that there were no political prisoners in this country, despite the existence of a political police force such as the Special Branch and the domestic surveillance activities of MI5 SF Branch, not to mention political offenses, contributed to the defeat of what would have been the usual establishment-type reform that was later granted in Northern Ireland, and which successfully divided the struggle, the meaningless classification into political and non-political. XXX. One grey and wet Sunday afternoon, the cell door was unlocked for the tea orderly on his rounds with the large metal container with the grey-brown liquid that passed for tea in Brixton. The screw who unlocked the door had moved on to open the next cell. The one following behind was still closing cells further down the landing. Looking around, he whispered that he had an important message for me from a mate I spent some time with on exercise, a security van robber, to make sure I saw him in the yard during afternoon exercise. 372. When exercise time came round and the doors unlocked, the Navy Lark was just starting, so I decided to stay in to listen to what was one of my favorite programs. I couldn't be bothered to traipse around in the rain, thinking that whatever my friend wanted it could wait. Later, that afternoon, after evening tea, I heard a commotion, some shouts, banging of doors being unlocked, scuffles, and the echoing sound of feet running down the iron stairwell. Suddenly there was a tremendous cheer from the cells. It was a breakout. The whole wing erupted, radios were turned up full blast. At the time I had my radio tuned into Radio Albania. My choice of listening had nothing to do with that station's editorial content, it was purely to hear the signature tune of the station's English-language broadcast, the Internationale. Turning up the volume full blast to hear the Red Army choir echo throughout the wing was a wonderfully satisfying wind-up and quite exhilarating. Next day I was given a blow-by-blow account of the escape from one of the friends who failed to get over the wall, but had managed to get back to his cell and bang himself up before he was discovered. They had planned to go to Spain, and because of my contacts and knowledge of the language they wanted me to go with them. The two screws on evening slop out duty had been tied up and locked in the cell. They opened the cell doors on the top landing of those involved in the escape, overpowered another officer, and made for the adjacent control room where they smashed up the radio and alarm system. They then went through the kitchens, over the wall with a ladder, and nicked a Mini from a couple returning from holiday. For the next month or so the press was full of stories about hobbling bandits limping gingerly into banks, post offices, and building societies, grabbing cash and hobbling out again. We had no doubts who they were, and within 2 months they were back inside on the force, charged with additional offenses of escaping and armed robbery. They were arrested the very day they were due to fly out to Spain. One of the gang was a bit on the flash side and had taken to driving. 373. Around town in a Jaguar E-Type. On the fateful day, he'd been driving down Charing Cross Road when the plaster cast on his foot was stuck on the accelerator and he plunged straight into the front of the Hippodrome Theatre. No one was hurt, but he was arrested and the whereabouts of the others discovered. "Look how useful you'd have been, Stuart, if you'd come with us," he said. "We would have needed someone who could speak the language. I am sure that my return to Franco's Spain with a mob of armed bandits would not have been the wisest of moves. Thank goodness for the Navy lark." In the dock at the Old Bailey. In both the Prescott and Purdy case and our own, the prosecution attempted to argue that they were not ready to proceed. But because they refused us bail, they had to proceed with the trials. Prescott and Purdy's trial opened on November 10, 1971 at London's Central Criminal Court, better known as the Old Bailey. It lasted almost 3 weeks. The presiding judge was Mr. Justice Melford Stevenson, a man who had been threatened by the Angry Brigade, and was a favorite object of attack because of his extreme right-wing views and prejudiced decisions. According to the legal code, he should never have participated in the case, other than as a witness. Justice Stevenson insisted that he was not holding a political trial. Political trials, he claimed, were unknown in the United Kingdom, which meant that the defendants were not allowed to respond to the political police's evidence with answers in terms of their politics, which might be favorably received by the jury. Ian Purdy took the wise decision, which may have needed long deliberation, considering the possible interpretation placed upon it of not giving evidence in his own defense. This had the effect of making the prosecution case stand or fall on the lack of evidence they had against him. As quickly became apparent, they had nothing. 375. The Prescott-Purdy trial. The case against Prescott was based on 2 pieces of evidence. He had confessed all to 2 prisoners who had shared his cell for a week in Brixton, Mr. A and Mr. B, neither of whom was named or whose evidence convinced the jury. Justice Stevenson instructed the jury that these anonymous informers had to be believed, or else it must be admitted that they had conducted a really wicked conspiracy with the police. Which is precisely what the jury believed, given that Prescott was cleared of all charges relating to specific acts of bombing. The second charge was based on the envelopes in which the Angry Brigade communiques had been sent to the press. Jake Prescott did not deny addressing the envelopes. He claimed at the time that he did not know what they had been used for, if indeed they had been used at all. The judge directed the jury that if Jake had handled or addressed the envelopes, then he was guilty of conspiracy. On this charge, the jury followed the direction of the judge, though in my view it was a highly dubious piece of reasoning, but explicable when one considers Mr. Justice Melford Stevenson's role as a possible victim in the case. At 7:46 p.m. on December 1 the jury returned with their verdicts: Ian Purdy, not guilty on all charges; Jake Prescott, guilty of conspiracy, but not guilty on the 2 specific charges as allegedly admitted to Mr. A and Mr. B. He was sentenced to 15 years. Ian Purdy, acquitted on all charges in the Angry Brigade case, was sent back to prison, having been refused bail, to await trial for forging a check for £240. He eventually was granted bail on December 23. To bring him up to the promised 12, Habershon added 4 names to the conspiracy charge against the 6 of us. Angela Weir, a teacher in her mid-20s, was arrested on November 11. Chris Allen, a Notting Hill play leader, and Pauline Conroy, a university lecturer, were arrested a week later, and finally, on December 18, 1971, so was Kate McLean, a 21-year-old former art student from a 376 small village in Kent, then living at 29 Grosvenor Avenue, where she worked in Chris Broad's print shop. Kate's dad, Tony McLean, had fought in Spain with the International Brigades during the Spanish Civil War in 1936-7. And so, on January 3, 1972, just over a month after the end of the Prescott Purdy trial, 10 of us went forward to the Crown committal proceedings at a new venue in Lambeth Magistrates Court. On the first day we learned that charges against Pauline Conroy and Chris Allen were to be dropped on grounds of insufficient evidence. Pauline Conroy had been on bail because she had a baby to look after and she had to fight tooth and nail to get that concession, while Chris Allen had been in Brixton with us. The Crown committal proceedings meant we, the accused, could at last see the prosecution case against us. The magistrate, Mr. Herbert Christopher Beaumont MBE, did not go as far as to say that this was not a political case, but he did say that the role of the political police must not be discussed. He did not want the fiction that we had no political police exposed, and directed the special branch officers not to answer questions on their activities or the interests of their organization put by any of the defense counsel. Without an understanding of the role of the special branch, the trial would be meaningless. It would not just be Hamlet without the ghost, it would be Hamlet with no reference to the murder of Hamlet's father in case it embarrassed the King of Denmark. The outcome of the trial therefore depended on how far counsel and those defending themselves could outwit this stratagem. The committal outlined a graded conspiracy in which I was cast in the pivotal role. It went back to a period when my co-defendants were still at school in some cases, or just starting at university in others. I had apparently cast my net wide, and linked the 1st of May group with the people in the dock, whom the prosecution claimed constituted or in part constituted the Angry Brigade. Our dilemma was that none of us wished to disown the actions of 377 Britons. Political police. The Angry Brigade. Had we done so, all those who represented what we most despised politically would have been delighted, and I'm not sure that the sentences wouldn't have been greater than they were. Certainly we were revolutionaries. Among those in the dock, I was the only one who defined myself as an anarchist. Those of the others who called themselves anything described themselves as libertarian socialists. Our common ground was self-management, anti-capitalism, anti-imperialism and, most importantly, a belief in direct action. We didn't believe people should submit passively to oppression and injustice, and we did believe that they should respond to confrontation. Part of our defense was that these were the very reasons we had been charged, but that did not mean we were guilty. Then the trial proper began. XX. The Edwardian Baroque faggate of the Old Bailey had been rebuilt in 1907 from the stones of the notorious Newgate prison, a sink of human misery for hundreds of years, which was only demolished in 1902. It had been the setting for the most infamous cases in world criminal history. No grand entrance for us, though. Around 9 o'clock in the morning of May 31, 1971, we arrived by van through the prisoners' entrance, round the back and down the ramp into what looked like a supermarket loading bay and into holding cells. At around 9:45, we were taken from our cells through labyrinthine passages, ending in a small oak-paneled room containing a bench and narrow and steeply inclined wooden staircase, such as you might expect to find in a yacht. This staircase led into the dock of number 1 court. We were about to follow in the footsteps of defendants in the most publicized criminal cases in English history, some appalling, some tragic, and some political: Daniel Defoe, Oscar Wilde, Dr. Crippen, Lord Haw-Haw, John Hay, Derek Bentley, Timothy Evans, my namesake John Reginald Christie, Ruth Ellis, George Blake, James Hanratty, the publishers of Lady Chatterley's Lover, and the Cray twins. 378. X. The dock of number 1 court at the Old Bailey could just about hold the 8 of us, along with 2 male and 2 female dock officers, 12 in all. We were on the same eye level as the judge, who sat directly across the well of the court. We were surrounded on 3 sides by a glass screen, presumably to minimize our chances of escape or assassination. On our left, by the main public doors from the Great Hall into the courtroom, was the jury box with 2 stepped rows of benches for 12 men and women. Between the jury and the judge was the witness box. Directly below the jury was the court reporter's box, with room for perhaps half a dozen hacks. In the center was the well of the court with tables and chairs for the clerk of the court, his bewigged and black-gowned officers and ushers and senior police officers. In the first row of stepped benches to our right sat the prosecution and defense lawyers. Behind the barristers was a gloater's box, slightly smaller than that in which the jury sat, reserved for VIPs. Above the VIPs was the steeply raked public gallery where friends and interested parties could watch the mills of British justice grind slow and small. Directly behind the dock was the area reserved for family members of the accused on special days in the legal calendar of the Corporation of the City of London. Old Bailey judges carry small nosegays of flowers as a smelly reminder of the times when they could hang, draw, quarter, disembowel and burn the entrails of people like us. The flowers masked the stench of death, disease, and decay of Stuart, Hanoverian and Victorian London. This was one of those days, May 31, 1972. X. The clerk of the court told everyone to rise, which we did. The buzz of conversation died away. From the door on the right-hand side of 379, the judicial stage, emerged a procession of men in fancy furry hats, wigs, ermine-collared crimson robes, gowns and gaiters, in single file. They were led by a clerk wielding an enormous ceremonial sword, which was hung on the wall behind the judge's bench like a sword of Damocles. The medieval flummery came as a surprise to us in the dock, and it took me all my time not to laugh out loud. Here was the power of the body politic in its fanciest frocks, as though it was anxious to show that every trial was a political trial. The line-up on the judicial bench consisted of the Lord Mayor of the City of London and his acolytes, the Recorder, the principal legal officer of the city, the Common Sergeant, the legal advisor to the Court of the Common Council, various aldermen and our trial judge, Mr. Justice James. Judge James had been personally selected for our trial by Lord Chief Justice Parker and Edward Heath's Lord Chancellor, Lord Hailsham, because he was a man less obvious in his political leaning than Justice Stevenson. The Lord Mayor took what appeared to be the best seat in the House, under a wooden canopy, with the presiding judge seated at an unpretentious desk to his right. The Recorder, the Common Sergeant, his city colleagues and the sheriff sat to the left of the judge. The clerk of the court stood up and read out the charges in the case Regina v. Greenfield and others. When he came to my name, the first charge was read out, on or about August 20, 1971, at Sydney Road. Knowingly had in his possession or under his control certain explosive substances, namely 2 detonators and a screwdriver, in such circumstances as to give rise to a reasonable suspicion that he did not have them in his possession or under his control for a lawful object. As soon as this charge was read out, I shouted loudly that I was innocent and that the detonators had been planted on me by police officers acting under the instructions of Commander Bond. The clerk politely told me to shut up, and that my defense would be heard in due course. The judge and other dignitaries on the bench looked at me blankly, or maybe they were embarrassed. It was difficult to tell at such a distance. After the arraignments, we sat down and the trial began. 380. XX. Not a lot of people knew at the time that defendants had a right of veto over jurors. 7 refusals each, totaling 56, a virtually free hand in rejecting people who might be prejudiced. We tossed them all out one by one, the middle class, the trendy liberals, and focused on trying to empanel a solidly working class jury. In an unprecedented challenge to the political bias of the courts, we even managed to oblige Mr. Justice James to ask jurors if they were members of the Conservative Party, or if they had a relative who was serving in Northern Ireland, a police officer, a member of the judiciary, an employee of SEC or were prejudiced against anarchism. If so, this might meant they could not give the defendants a fair trial. In total we challenged 54 would-be jurors. The prosecution challenged 2. In the end we got more or less the sort of working-class jury that we hoped for, one that we hoped would look at the case from our point of view. When the jury was finally empaneled, John Barker invited them to ask questions directly of the defendants. Mr. Justice James nearly had a fit at this attempt to short-circuit the system and ruled against it, insisting that all questions from the jury be passed through him. The prosecution case revolved around our politics. None of us was prepared to disown the angry brigade, which, we believed, was at least doing something however gestural to fight back. On the other hand, we didn't want to admit responsibility, just because the police had selected us as likely candidates for guilt and fabricated their case accordingly. Our strategy, from the start, was to challenge everything the prosecution said. As Brigadier Frank Kitson had pointed out in his recently published work Low Intensity Operations, the law should be used as just another weapon in the government's arsenal, and in this case it becomes little more than propaganda cover for the disposal of unwanted members of the public. For this to happen efficiently, the activities of the legal service have to be tied into the war effort in as discreet a way as possible. 381. The trial started in earnest at 10 the following morning when the chief prosecuting barrister John Matthew QC rose to give his opening speech to the jury. Now, members of the jury, the allegation in this case is that these 8 defendants, calling themselves revolutionaries and anarchists, under various names, sought to disrupt and attack the democratic society of this country, with whose structure and politics they apparently disagree, to disrupt it by a wave of violent attacks over quite a lengthy period, that is, by causing explosions aimed at the property of those whom they considered to be their political or social opponents. The allegation was that between March 1968 and August 1971, 19 bombs were successfully detonated, mostly in London, to damaged buildings, and 6 further bombs were unsuccessful. On 2 occasions shots were fired at buildings, namely the Spanish and American embassy buildings in London. It was the Crown's case that these 25 incidents were all linked, and that responsibility for them could be shown to emanate from a common source. They wanted to show that we were all part or parties to that common source, but not necessarily that we were all involved in all of them. John Matthews spent 8 hours delivering his opening speech, only 45 minutes of which were reserved for Angela Weir and Kate McLean, and even less for Chris Bott. I could see a puzzled look on Chris Bott's face as he wondered what the hell all this had to do with him. The idea behind having 3 people in the dock with absolutely no evidence against them was so that in the event of a hung jury, a compromise could be reached between those for a guilty verdict and those against. It would be a balm for their consciences. I was portrayed as the British contact for the mastermind of global revolution, Octavio Alberola. John Barker, Hilary Creek, and Anna Mendelsohn were defending themselves. Jim Greenfield, the first name on the indictment, was represented by Ian MacDonald, Kevin Winstein and Patrick Mullen. 382. Acted for me. Ted Glasgow and Joe Harper appeared for Kate McLean, and Mike Mansfield for Angela Weir. John Matthews' opening remarks were given huge press attention, but then the blanket of silence descended. Media coverage in favor of the defense was only lifted when Alex Comfort, anarchist poet and scientist, challenged The Guardian as to the reasons for the silence, a challenge that was taken up by radio and TV. It was broken again with the presentation of a birthday cake to Anna, an event far too significant for the press to miss out on, even if they could afford not to report that the prosecution case was being bowled over like ninepins while all the country was assuming that the angry brigade have been caught. They will all get 20 years, they ought to get life. If I was the mastermind, Jim was cast in the role of technical expert, John Barker was the ideologist. Anna, for want of anything better against her, was Jim's moll. Hilary they had down as a courier, since it could be proved that she went to France and therefore she must have brought the explosives back with her. In the eyes of the prosecution, the women were never seen as activists in their own right, they were secondary players without any autonomous political identity. Other than the explosives the police claimed they had found in the flat, there was very little evidence to link any of us to the actual explosions. The prosecution therefore tried to rely on scientific evidence that linked all the bombings to each other and to the materiel supposedly discovered in Amherst Road. The police called their experts, we called our experts. We reached stalemate, and Matthews more or less gave up on scientific evidence, telling the jury to rely on common sense instead. XX. The prosecution case took so long well into July that once it was finished it was almost time for the judge's summer holiday. Bewigged. 383. Red-robed and ermine-collared, he looked benignly around the courtroom and announced that everyone needed a rest. Even those of us in the dock were politely asked what we thought, despite the fact that for us a holiday was not on the cards. Personally, I was most in favor because I felt August was never my lucky month. However, we were all fed up with the routine getting up in the morning at 7, washing, shaving, slopping out the piss pots, going straight from the cells at 8 to the Old Bailey, and getting no exercise nor any fresh air throughout the week after week. We also had to cart around with us all our worldly goods, books, papers, and a mountain of legal depositions, while handcuffed to someone else. This went on for 6 months. A change is said to be as good as a rest, so a few weeks in God-forsaken Brixton, without going to the Old Bailey each day, came like a month's holiday in Spain. Certainly the way I remembered it. X. Returning to the Old Bailey after our 5-week-long holiday was like returning to school for a new term, with all the old familiar faces, the banter among ourselves as to how this juror or that juror was taking it, and jokes about the judge and prosecution team. But the exams were upon us instantly. It was our turn to make our case. John, Hilary, Jim, and Anna's defense was that the explosives and weapons in the Amherst Road flat had been planted by the police. The defense's cross-examination of the police witnesses delved deep into their motives for lying, the psychology of the bomb squad, and underscored the fact that individual innocence or guilt had no bearing whatsoever on the results of a police investigation which had been ordered at cabinet office level to get results. A conspiracy had existed, they told the jury, but one that had taken place in smoke-filled back rooms in Whitehall with the object of finding the most likely candidates and getting them into the dock. John Barker questioned all the police witnesses about similar cases of planting explosives, referring in particular to the collapse that June of the high-profile Sayora Arms trial at the Old Bailey when the provocateur role of the special branch became known. Every time. 384. John mentioned this trial, Mr. Justice James angrily put him down, telling the jury to disregard what they heard. But references to specific cases of police corruption in the defense's cross-examination more often than not caught the police witnesses unawares, making them come across as decidedly flaky. John, Hilary, and Anna successfully opened up to the jury about their everyday lives and their politics, about their work in the claimants' union, and underscore the squatting movement and their research into the activities of property tycoons such as Freshwater. They also put the question of violence into underscore John Barker perspective by comparing the damage done to Robert Carr's kitchen with the fact that 529 building workers died on building sites every year, yet these deaths are neatly reclassified as industrial accidents and buried far from the front pages of the national press and rarely mentioned on the radio or television news. KCAC. A large part of the case against me relied on the perjured testimony of a friend of Ross's called Lisa Byers. She had responded to a newspaper's promise of £10,000 for evidence against the Angry Brigade, and had told Habershon that she had found a machine gun magazine in the glove compartment of my car. 385. She thought it might have fitted one of the machine guns the police showed her. As a member of the jury pointed out, I've been in the army and I couldn't recognize what clips fitted that gun. How could that woman, a barmaid, recognize them? She was lying anyway. The second thread of their case was my international connections through the anarchist Black Cross. Finally, there was the question of a single bullet found in my flat in Fonthill Road, over a year earlier. I hadn't paid much attention to this piece of evidence at the time, thinking nothing of it. I assumed it had been thrown in as general incriminatory make-weight evidence. Not at all. What the bastards had done was take the unfired bullet from my flat in June 1970, load it into the chamber of the Browning 7.65 automatic allegedly taken from Amherst Road in August 1971, and then eject the unfired and previously pristine bullet, thereby providing an invaluable forensic link between the bullet, the gun, and me. When I heard this I almost choked. The brazenness of the fit-up quite took my breath away, and I made the point quite forcefully from the witness box. But I think Matthew was also embarrassed and realized how questionable this piece of evidence was, as he didn't pursue the matter and made only a passing reference to it in his summing up of the case against me. Eventually my turn came to take the witness stand. Kevin, my counsel, took me through my life history in the hope that this would allow the jury to see that the motives which had 386 governed all my actions, including my trip into Spain, had been honorable ones. Phi trademark BS. Most accused people avoid IGAL \K mentioning previous convictions when taking the stand. I had thought it best to make my involvement in the Spanish resistance and the fact that I had been convicted for my part in a plot against Franco's life clear from the start. I hoped it would give them a better idea as to why the police were so determined to get a conviction in my case. I told the court of my life since returning from Spain, hoping to show them that a man under constant surveillance by the police and the security service and working extremely long hours on the gas conversion contract would not have much opportunity, let alone inclination, to do what was alleged by the police. Then we tackled the evidence. Fellow workers and managers from William Press came to the stand in succession to say that they traveled in my car regularly and that they had never seen anything remotely resembling guns, detonators, or magazine clips. They also testified to police harassment, and gave me sterling character references. The most difficult part of the case against me was a letter found at Amherst Road, written by me in Spanish and signed Eddie. The prosecution wanted to know why I would use a pseudonym, and what the other acronyms, abbreviations, and coded references used referred to. Were I to give these names in court, Scotland Yard would have passed them on within hours to their colleagues in the Directorate General of Security in Madrid. The people concerned, 387, would have been immediately arrested, tortured, and possibly even executed. So I stressed that the letter had to do with the anti-Francoist resistance, and had nothing to do with bombing campaigns. The detonators had been planted in my car by the police, a fact I had stressed from the moment Commander Bond produced them from his desk drawer, 45 minutes into his interview with me. This protest had been faithfully recorded in the police notes of my interview with Bond. What appears to have happened came out during John Barker's cross-examination of the exhibit's officer, D.C. Michael Doyle, when he said originally 13 detonators had been found in Amherst Road. Yet, later it emerged that 11 were recovered from the flat, and one of those was on the floor. Kevin Winstein, my barrister, put the matter to Sergeant Gillum, who had led the raid on Amherst Road. Human beings are often subject to temptation, are they not? And isn't it right that you pocketed 2 detonators? For a later time, against another suspect who might not have incriminating material in his possession or in his home. Not at all, replied Gillum. And, continued Winstein, with that little touch of nervousness that such an enterprise might induce in a person, you dropped the 11th, having picked up 3. I did not, sir. And that's how it dropped on the floor. No, sir. Winstein then accused Gillum outright of either planting the detonators himself in the boot of my Ford Corsair, or getting his 388 junior officers DCS Ashendon or Savell to do so. Gillum denied doing any such thing. It was down to the jury to decide whom they believed, Gillum, Ashendon, Savell or me. XX. Now it was the turn of the Crown to question me. Matthew's delivery was very low-key, sometimes sarcastic, sometimes deadpan. He began by describing my anti-Francoist activities in Spain, then examined me on my friendships with Spanish anarchists. These questions had been prepared by Habershon with information provided by the Francoist secret police, the implication being that my association with these men was a crime in itself. The point he was making was that I had done this sort of thing before, and therefore even if not actually guilty of the alleged charges, I was still the sort of character who would have done such things and should therefore be put away for a considerable period of time. He went through a few of my connections à l'Anpecunia, Alberola, and some of my articles in Black Flag that supported various 1st of May actions. But after a couple of hours he sat down. I was surprised. He had been nowhere near as hard on me or as sarcastic as he had been with the others. In fact, he had been extremely straightforward. Habershon sat strangely impassive throughout the rest of my cross-examination. Every time I looked towards John Matthew to reply to his questions, all I could see was Habershon's egg-shaped face staring up at me emotionlessly from the well of the court. He looked slightly out of place among the black robes and stony grey wigs in his green tweed suit. After 2.5 days in the witness box I was asked to stand down, which I did with a sense of relief. It was over, for better or worse. As I came down the steps I looked at Habershon. As our eyes met I wondered what thoughts were going through his brain at that moment. His face was inscrutable, but I had a feeling he knew then that he'd lost the jury in my case. XX 389. Chris Bott, like Ian Purdy, did not take the stand. It had already been submitted for him that there was no case to answer, and no evidence to suggest he was in any way involved other than his friendship with John and the fact that he had turned up at Amherst Road the morning after the raid. There was even less evidence against Kate McLean, so she too did not go into the witness box. Angela Weir did go into the witness box and produced evidence to the effect that she was not the person who had accompanied John Barker to France the day before the raid. She had been in London attending a gay liberation demonstration in Fleet Street. Anna Mendelssohn was the first of the self-defendants to address the jury. Tired and ill, she had to take several breaks during her closing remarks, the thrust of which was to refute all the charges against her. John Barker's summing up of his case for the defense was a truly brilliant piece of advocacy, worthy of Tom Paine. Everyone commented admiringly on the way he handled his case. One lawyer observed that people were paid a king's ransom for making cross-examinations and closing speeches like his. John first challenged the absurd idea central to the prosecution's case that associating with people who might be involved with the Angry Brigade meant that you were conspiring with them. Then he moved on to the explosives, which he claimed had been planted. In reply to Matthew's question as to why this issue had not been mentioned before the trial, John said, "If you make allegations in a magistrate's court, the response is that it is for the jury to decide, and that is absolutely right. It is for you to decide and not for anyone else. And that is why I have waited, sometimes patiently, to put my side of things to the people who matter. You are the 12 independent people who live in the real world. And you are the people with the power. You are the first people I have come across in any of the courts who have the power to acquit or convict. So the question of a plant is for you." Answering Matthew's charge that the bombings had stopped since our arrest, John Barker argued that perhaps the Angry Brigade had decided that it was not worth continuing if the 390 price of bombing was the arrest of 8 innocent people. Maybe the Angry Brigade had decided that bombings were no longer relevant or appropriate, especially with the miners' strike and the dockers' actions around the Industrial Relations Bill. Perhaps they now feel that bombs are completely irrelevant, and that the class war is being fought, and that the Angry Brigade doesn't have to make symbolic gestures with bombs to make it real because it is real. Hillary Creek then made her final address to the jury. She talked about other aspects of the inconsistencies in the police case and the fact that most of the materials they claimed were evidence of conspiracy, such as notebooks with names and addresses, directories, and information from Company's House, were only materials used to research the nature of power. She spoke to the jury as human beings, rather than as functionaries of the state. We have all been sitting here for 6 months, and I think you know us. We have talked about ourselves, our politics, and how we carried them out. We told you that that was not by bombing. You have seen us react to questioning. You have heard me speak. I am not an actress. If I am, then I must be the finest in the world and am due for an Oscar to have done what I have done for the past 6 months. You see, the bomb squad is still in existence the same as it was 16 months ago. It is also admitted that they are still looking for 4 people. Although they might have been getting close with us, the fact still remains they got the wrong people, and that's not good enough. Anna Mendelssohn. 391. The longest trial of the century. Registered. X. Finally, Mr. Justice James began his summing up. He started by saying that there were not many trials in which a political motive was something of importance, but it was here. Finding people with the right political motives has been one of the main focuses of the police investigation in the Angry Brigade bombings. However, he went on, this is not a political trial. I direct you to have none of it. In reference to the defense claim that the police had planted guns, ammunition, and explosives, and furthermore had lied throughout their testimony, Judge James said it is true that in such a large organization as the Metropolitan Police there are bound to be a few black sheep. But, the vital question for you, members of the jury, is, did what is alleged happen in this case? You will make up your minds on the evidence taking into account your assessment of the witnesses involved. They were told to weigh carefully the allegations of brutality by the police. It was up to the jury to decide whether in fact Jim Greenfield had been grabbed by the testicles by Ashendon, bounced from wall to wall and given a black eye and bleeding nose. They had to decide if it were true that John Barker had been suspended upside down in a toilet while the other police officers punched and kicked him in the cells at Albany Street. At last he came to the core of the trial, the conspiracy. The offense, he said, lay in the agreement. Even if the agreement was not put into effect, it remained an offense. The Crown did not have to prove that any of the 8 of us actually caused any of the explosions, simply that they agreed to. You have to be satisfied that the prosecution has proved that there was one agreement to cause explosions, to which each of the accused had made himself a party, to return a verdict of guilty on that charge. As long as you know what the agreement is, then you are a conspirator. You needn't necessarily know your fellow conspirators, nor need you always be active in the conspiracy. All you need to know is the agreement. It can be effected by a wink or a nod, without 392. A word being exchanged. It need have no particular time limit, no particular form, no boundaries. Judge James noticeably avoided any reference to a shake of the hand, presumably to avoid upsetting the Freemasons present such as Bond, who appeared to be shifting uncomfortably in his seat at this definition of conspiracy. The Spanish element, which the prosecution had began by making so much of, was dropped. X. Judge James finished his massive summing up on Monday, December 4, 1972, after 8 days and an estimated 250,000 words. By now, our trial had entered the Guinness Book of Records as the longest trial of the century. The jury filed out to their room at lunchtime to consider the 109 days of evidence and the millions of words spoken in the court during that period. We were ushered out of the dock to wait. It was, to say the least, nerve-wracking. By 4:30 the jury still had not reached a conclusion, so the judge adjourned them for the night. I spent most of that time pacing up and down in my cell wondering what verdict the jury would reach, and what the consequences would be, to me and those I loved. A second 20-year sentence would not be easy to get through, especially as there was unlikely to be a prolonged international campaign trying to secure my early release. Emotionally exhausted and filled with trepidation, we filed up the stairs into the dock of No. 1 Court at 10 a.m. the following morning. We all wondered if this would be the last day of the trial and the first day of the rest of our lives. The jury still had not reached a verdict, and again we were packed off downstairs to while away the time, chatting, playing cards, but all the time thinking of what the future held. Eventually, 22 hours after retiring, the jury returned to the court with a question for the judge. They wanted to know why the area of Amherst Road had not been evacuated during the police. 393. X. Search. A telling question indeed. By late afternoon the jury still had not been able to reach a verdict. It meant another sleepless night in Brixton. X. The film shown on television that night was one of the all-time great courtroom movies, 12 Angry Men. It was a powerful drama about a jury's deliberations in an apparently open and shut murder case, one in which the defendant has a weak alibi. 11 of the jurors immediately vote for a guilty verdict, but one juror, Henry Fonda, refuses to accept the prosecution case at face value and holds out for a not guilty verdict, gradually persuading the others to vote likewise. Habershon, Bond, and the bomb squad rank and file were apoplectic the next day. They were convinced this film had been deliberately dropped into the broadcasting schedules at the last moment by angry brigade sympathizers in the BBC to sway the jury against the police case. If only. But it was certainly fortuitous from our point of view, and no doubt it added something to the unfolding deliberations in the jury room. XX. Perhaps to eliminate the Henry Fonda, eventually the judge called the jurors in from the jury room and said, "You have spent a long time giving your consideration to this matter. When I asked you to retire to consider your verdict, I told you to return a unanimous verdict. Having regard to the passage of time, will you please retire again and seek to arrive at verdicts in respect of those counts upon which at least 10 of you can agree?" The members of the jury were sent back to their room and we were returned to the dungeons of the Old Bailey. Thoughts of a hung jury and another 6-month retrial flashed through my mind. As the afternoon wore on, we grew quiet and introspective. Late in the afternoon Judge James assembled the court and told the jury that he would not be sending them to a hotel that night. The court would sit until a verdict was decided. It was a crude attempt to pressure 394 them into reaching a decision. The jury went back to their room again, visibly tired from their wrangling. We went downstairs for our daily visits. I had just sat down to chat reassuringly with Brenda when one of the prison officers tapped me on the back and said we had to go back into court. The jury was coming back with its verdict. This was it. 395. Not guilty, Your Honor. Until the moment I went into the witness box, most of the barristers and solicitors present, with the exception of Kevin and Bernberg's team, thought I was certain to go down. Even after that strangely muted prosecution case, a guilty verdict was always a possibility, but I felt optimistic about my prospects. The police witnesses' account of finding the 2 detonators in the Corsair was flaky, to say the least. The dates they had concocted for the conspiracy charge started immediately after my return from Spain, a haste which would have bespoken a man even crazier than the one they saw before them, and during which time most of the others in the dock were still at school. And in one way the length of the trial, and of each of our testimonies, was in our favor. The juries had, as Hillary said, got to know us. The police wanted to paint me as an evil mastermind, but for 6 months they had seen an average working-class guy, who worked long hours with very ordinary working-class mates, and who was being persecuted for the ideas he held about the way society could be better. X. It was early evening when we climbed the steep, dark rickety flight of stairs to the dock to await the jury's return and their verdict. The court was packed. The press benches, which had remained empty for so 396 long apart from the Press Association man, David May of Time Out, Bea Campbell of the Morning Star and Guardian reporter, Jackie Leishman, were full of reporters already working out the following day's headlines. One agency reporter, agencies are supposed to supply factual and unbiased information to the press, was overheard saying, "I hope they all go down." The public gallery was overflowing, as was the area behind us reserved for relatives, all nervously waiting to hear what the jury had decided. Finally, the wood-paneled door leading to the jury room opened and the 12 men and women edged their way to their benches. It was 5:15 p.m. The foreman, seated closest to the judge, was the last to take his place. We scanned the jurors' haggard faces, anxious for some hint as to the verdicts they had reached. Their faces were inscrutable, but it didn't look good. They were avoiding our eyes. The judge asked them if they had reached a verdict. The foreman, a middle-aged working-class man still in his shirt sleeves, self-consciously answered, yes. The Old Bailey's chief administrator, Leslie Boyd, took him through each charge and each name on the indictment. The first and most important charge was that of conspiracy to cause explosions. The atmosphere was electric. We could hear and feel our hearts pumping. Then came the verdicts. We strained to hear every quietly spoken word. James Greenfield guilty of conspiring to cause explosions, Anna Mendelsohn guilty of conspiring to cause explosions, John Barker guilty of conspiring to cause explosions, Hillary Creek guilty of conspiring to cause explosions. Then it was my turn. I steeled myself as the judge asked the foreman how they had found against me. Not guilty, Your Honor. XK. My first thought was that I hadn't heard correctly and was in some altered state of consciousness. I could hardly believe it. Apart from the planted detonators, all the evidence against me was circumstantial. 397. As for the detonators, it came down to my word against Detective Sergeant Gillum's. The jury had believed me and not Gillum. I only just registered, peripherally almost, that Chris, Angie and Kate had also been acquitted. The feelings of euphoria I experienced were tempered by the desolate faces of John, Anna, Jim, and Hillary. For them it had been a defeat, tempered by a little victory. It could so easily have gone their way. However, they would not be leaving the courtroom that day as I would, through the front portals into the real world. Their exit would be in handcuffs, through the back gate in a cellular prison van and driven through the sodium-lit streets of London to Holloway Jail and Wormwood Scrubs for who knew how many years. After delivering the 31 verdicts, the foreman was so overcome with the emotion of the moment that he had to sit down, having been given a glass of water by the usher. Recovering his composure, the foreman stood up again and turned to Judge James to make a courageous plea. Us members of the jury would like to ask your lordship for, I believe the word is leniency, or clemency, but that is what we would like to ask. XX. It was a 10-2 majority verdict. The mainly working-class jury initially failed to agree on convicting the first 4. In the end they reached a compromise. 10 jurors wanted to convict the first 4, but only if the others were acquitted on all charges. 2 of them stuck out for a complete acquittal of all 8 of us, but were overruled by the other 10. For 3 days the jury had been divided 7-5-5 for acquittal on all charges. In the end, a majority verdict had led to a squalid compromise. But despite the guilty verdict, it had still been a victory for those who had defended themselves. They had made a powerful and moving case against the system, without using the tools of the system itself, and had come as close as they ever could to being acquitted. The jury could well understand why someone would want to blow 398 up Franco, and why, in that case, he would be a target for conservative-minded policemen pursuing a right-wing agenda at the behest of Edward Heath's cabinet office. XX. Judge James told the 4 of us who had been acquitted we could leave the dock. John, Jim, Hillary, and Anna turned to embrace us before we were taken downstairs for the last time. They had to remain behind to hear their sentences. It was an extremely emotional moment. My heart thumped with happiness at my imminent freedom and my gut churned with guilt at leaving them to their fate. This was no play, it was for real. The curtain would not come down and rise later with these 4 people walking happily out hand in hand, as they had walked in, or taking a bow before an applauding audience. During the interval which was to follow, they would be locked away in cells and grow older, their young lives drained away in sacrifice to the state. Still defiant toward the court, the 4 offered no mitigation in their defense. They put on a brave face and managed sardonic smiles as Justice James launched into his sentencing speech, saying how sorry he was to see educated people in their situation. He added that undoubtedly a warped understanding of sociology had brought them to their present state. The conspiracy of which you have been convicted had as its object the intention of disrupting and attacking the democratic society of this country. That was the way it was put by the Crown, and that is the way it has been proved to the satisfaction of the jury once the suggestion of planting of evidence had been got rid of on overwhelming evidence. For the purposes of sentence, I propose to disregard any of the incidents which occurred before responsibility is claimed by the Angry Brigade communiques. That shortens the period and reduces the number of explosions. Judge James continued, the means you adopted could have been even more lethal than they were, but I am satisfied on the evidence. 399. Sentencing the Angry Brigade. X. That the devices you used were not deliberately designed to cause death or serious injury, but rather damage to property. Your participation arose because you objected to the orderly way of society. One of the most precious rights is that an individual should hold his opinions and be able to express them and be able to protest, and when one finds others who set out to dominate by exercising their opinions to the extent of enforcing them with violence, it undermines that precious right. Undoubtedly, you have in many of your interests sought to do good, and have done good, and I count that in your favor. But when all is said and done, the public is entitled to protection. I am going to reduce the totality of the sentences, by reasons of the jury's recommendation, by 5 years. He then proceeded to weigh off all four to various sentences on the different charges of conspiracy and possession. As he went through them, the years started to mount up 5s, 8s and 10s. At the end he added the crucial word concurrent, making a total of 10 years. With remission for good behavior they could be out in 7 years. XX. As John Barker later reflected, in his case, they had framed a guilty man and there were plenty holes in the frame. But equally, John said of the later actions, when they knew they had become the focus of the Angry Brigade investigation, it was fucking madness. We continued out of stubbornness, the Angry Brigade having a dynamic of its own, and most of all from a naive, romantic sense of loyalty. 2 comrades who had been arrested should not be deserted, left on their own, even though our addresses or names had been in a captured address book. Continuing in these circumstances was not being serious taken to a new level, it was foolhardy, the youthful feeling that nothing very terrible could happen to us and fuck them, we'll show them. Anna was the first to speak before leaving the dock. She thanked the 2 jury members who had consistently held out for an acquittal. Jim, John, and Hillary added their voices to the sentiment before they too were led downstairs to the prison vans waiting to take the men to 400 Wormwood Scrubs, the allocation jail for first-timers, and Hillary and Anna back to Holloway. The trial had lasted 109 days, involved more than 200 witnesses, 688 exhibits, and more than 1,000 pages of depositions and statements. The judge's summing up alone ran to AVSARSEOE BES SAE Pratt's 250,000 words. After 7 ARR months of debate, the verdict, the judge's remarks and sentencing took only 45 minutes. Where PYY Jim and Anna were the only 2 in the dock charged with causing explosions, one at Paddington Green Police Station and another at the Italian Consulate in Manchester, but the jury acquitted them in both cases. But all 4, like Jake Prescott, were convicted on the main count of conspiracy. According to Mr. Justice James, all that was required for proof was a nod, a wink, a state of mind, an opinion, a secret thought. On this basis they could have arrested and charged hundreds if not thousands at the time. It was a judgment against the whole radical movement. Everyone was a conspirator. Jake and Ian. XX. In spite of the jury's verdicts, Habershaw and Bond remained adamant that everyone who had stood in the dock was guilty. In reply to question at a press conference, Bond said, "How do we know that the 8 did not do it?" He made a number of unfavorable comments about the 8 of us as a whole, and then made a pointed reference about me in particular. The evidence presented during the trial, 401, showed quite clearly the defendant's international links. The explosives came from France and Christie had contacts there and in Spain. Christie has admitted being an anarchist. Someone interjected, but that is not the same as being a member of the Angry Brigade. Bond answered, what's the difference? The best post-trial press comment in a mainstream newspaper came from the London Evening Standard. In an article headlined, "The Red Badge of Revolution That Is Creeping Across Britain," its leader-writer wrote, "These guerrillas are the violent activists of a revolution comprising workers, students, teachers, trade unionists, homosexuals, unemployed, and women striving for liberation. They are all angry. Whenever you see a demonstration, whenever you see a queue for strike pay, every public library with a stock of socialist literature, any would be a good place to look. In short, there is no telling where they are. I couldn't have put it better myself. There was no victory for either side, and no defeat either. The only victory was for the jury system itself. The jury had carried the day by showing that trials are about justice as well as evidence. By rejecting much of the prosecution case, the jury, as John Barker described it, the critically intelligent citizenry in action, had shown that the conduct of Bond and Habershon's officers had left something to be desired. 402. Releasing the Angry Brigade. The Lord Chancellor, Lord Hailsham, ordered an immediate post-trial inquiry which took place between December 14, 1972 and January 17, 1973 to learn the lessons of the case and to prevent a similar outcome arising in future, particularly with regard to jury selection. Never again would defendants be allowed to choose a jury of their peers. Also, thereafter, most major trials of a political nature were held outside London, in places in the commuter belt like Winchester, where the Crown could be reasonably certain of a comfortably middle-class jury list to ensure the conviction of the enemies of the state. Winchester Crown Court happens to be the only Crown Court in England where the majority of the population is employed by the Ministry of Defence. The most famous example was the 1973 trial of the Winchester Eight, dealers, and Marion Price, Gary Kelly, Hugh Feeney, and 4 others. The 8 IRA members were sentenced to life imprisonment, plus 20 years, for the Old Bailey and Great Scotland Yard police station bombings in Whitehall in March 1973. 1 person died and around 200 were injured in the Old Bailey blast. The last trial in Winchester that I recall was that of 3 IRA members charged in 1988 with the attempted murder of Tom King, the then Minister of Defense. Looking at the Angry Brigade case in context, apart from cheering up the powerless with dramatic gestures, the 6-month trial was probably its most enduring achievement. As well as a vindication of 403. The Winchester 8, 1973. R. The jury system. The trial provided an extraordinary public forum that allowed us, particularly John, Hilary, and Anna, who defended themselves, to speak directly to 12 ordinary men and women about ourselves, our ideas and our motives. We were people who didn't want to see the planet run forever unchallenged by fools and knaves, yet the trial showed that these were the only ones who wanted to govern it. XX. Free again and outside the court, I was happily reunited with Brenda. With Kevin Winstein, Ben Bernberg, and Jenny, we hailed a taxi and headed for the King's Cross offices of the London Weekly Time Out, where the Stoke Newington 8 Defence Committee had organised a press conference and underscore to announce a demonstration to Holloway Jail the following day. Tony Elliott, the publisher of Time Out, and David May, its news editor, had been consistently supportive of the Stoke Newington 8 Defence Committee since our arrest, and had laid on champagne for the 4 acquitted and the SN8 defense group. After Chris Bott, Angela Weir, Kate McLean, and I, the Stoke Newington 8, answered the media's mostly obvious questions, Brenda and I took off to spend the first night of my regained freedom in a nearby hotel. Metaphorically speaking, we had left the corpses of our comrades Jim, John, Hilary, and Anna lying on the battlefield. As I was exploring the trial, *, 404. The minibar, Jim and John were being inducted into the dour surroundings of Wormwood Scrub C/a wing, and Hillary and Anna were trying to come to terms with who knows how many years' degree in even worse women's prisons up and down the country. Now it was the turn of the vultures. The scavengers of Fleet Street screeched around to pick the bones not only of the fallen, but, in an unprecedented attack of spite, of the survivors as well. Rupert Murdoch's son had clearly prepared its story on the assumption that we would all be found guilty. It claimed that the house in which most of my co-accused had lived in Wivenhoe, Essex years before had been used for drugs, sex, and orgies. They squawked, most revolting of all their activities was ritual slaughter. Turkeys stolen from a local farm were torn and slashed to pieces. Afterwards the revelers, drugged, drunk and exhausted, collapsed on the kitchen floor to sleep off their orgy in a ghastly mess of blood and fragmented flesh. And of course they trolled out the Fleet Street version of my past. The Daily Express was equally vicious in its appraisal of the trial and the four condemned young people, but slightly more cautious in dealing with those of us who were acquitted. X. The better class of papers, such as the Daily Telegraph, went for a more sophisticated version of the same rubbish. The Tory broadsheet was scornful of the fact that the angry brigade had killed or injured nobody. This made them a pale imitation of the anarchists they admired, figures like Ravachol or Hosea Garcia Oliver. Presumably believing that Juan Garcia Oliver was some long-dead anarchist and not alive and living in Mexico City and capable of legal action, he went on to say that Hosea Garcia Oliver had boasted that his was the hand that killed 253 men. 405. Juan Garcia Oliver. The press could not forgive the moderation of the angry brigade, protesting vigorously that they were amateurs, and not a patch on the old anarchists. Even the local rag in Blantyre had a go at me, which I saw when Brenda and I went home to see my parents. The lead article in the Blantyre Advertiser, in fact it looked like the only article, carried the banner headline that read "Christie in Blantyre." By the tone of the article it should have read, "Dracula back in the Carpathians." Anyone deluded enough to believe their guff must have remained under the illusion that I wanted people to accept freedom from government by obliging them to do so under force of arms. I had never believed or argued in any way, at any time, in any pub or publication, that violence was an effective way to change society. The only groups consistently using coercion, violence, weapons, and explosives to impose their will or as a form of political argument are those allied to governments. Although anarchists may attempt to kill a tyrant and those who serve him with their brutality, thereby resisting illegitimate authority by violent means, no anarchist would dream of using violence to impose views which have at their heart voluntary cooperation. In fact, most anarchists I know who have been in prison have been there in punishment for nonviolent protest against their rulers' resort to violence. XX. Our case concluded, Edward Heath and his cabinet handed out the glittering prizes to their good and faithful servants. Mr. Justice James was appointed a Lord Justice of Appeal. Detective Chief Superintendent Roy Habershon, who wept in court on being commended for his loyal service to the Crown by Judge James, was promoted to Commander and seconded to the Home Office's Research and Planning Office in 1973. In 1974, he headed the investigation into police involvement in the death of Warwick University student Kevin Gately in Red Lion Square on June 5, 1974. His report absolved the police of all responsibility. In April 1975, Commander Habershon replaced Robert Huntley as head of the bomb squad. 406. Commander X did well. Bond was awarded the Queen's Police Medal and made Deputy Assistant Commissioner, responsible for all SID operations for the whole of the Metropolitan Police, retiring in 1976 to pursue his hobbies, DIY and Freemasonry. The Home Office, too, drew lessons from the trial. Sir John Waldron had been retired as Metropolitan Police Commissioner in April 1972 and replaced with Heath's appointee Sir Robert Mark, a new broom for the yard. Mark immediately authorized the expansion of the special branch to around 500 detectives. He also appointed a new head of the branch to take over from Ferguson Smith, Deputy Assistant Commissioner Victor Gilbert. The security service also had an urgent makeover. Sir Martin Furnivall-Jones stood down as head of MI5 and his place was taken by another Heath appointee, the ultra-reactionary Sir Michael Jumbo Hanley, chosen in preference to the more liberal Home Office candidate James Waddell. MI5 SF branch, responsible for domestic counter-subversion, became the preeminent department within the security service, with Hanley pouring in men and resources to root out, as he described them, the far and wide left. A new anti-terrorist section, F3, was set up to deal with the emergent threat from groups such as the Angry Brigade, and FX set up to infiltrate them and run informers throughout the trade unions, the universities, extra-parliamentary pressure groups and the media. K branch, the department responsible for monitoring the state's former public demons, Soviet spies and Comintern fifth columnists in government, was downgraded, sidelined, and hung out to dry. The new enemy within was both the Red Menace and Yellow Peril rolled into one. XX. The Angry Brigade was an ad hoc creation of its time. To me, and I suppose quite a few other people, it appeared a natural and spontaneous response to the ideology of selfishness, arrogant management rhetoric and the punitive anti-working class legislation introduced by Edward Heath after his election in June 1970. It struck 407. Bloody Sunday. A lost chord which found resonance at a particular moment in time, in spite of all the blustering in the media in their crude attempts to roll back dissent. Throughout this period, thousands of people wore Angry Brigade badges on anti-Tory and anti-Vietnam War demonstrations up and down the country. The attitudes and values which shaped the ends of the Angry Brigade were overtaken by events. On August 9, 1971, 10 days or so before our arrest, Edward Heath's government had arrested and imprisoned 342 people in Northern Ireland, not because they had committed a crime, but because of their background, friends, or likelihood of political resistance to the government. This had provoked one of the last Angry Brigade actions before our arrest, the bombing of a British Army recruiting office in the Holloway Road. 6 months later, 13 citizens of Derry were shot dead by British soldiers during a peaceful civil rights demonstration. The effect of this was to trigger a serious ongoing provisional IRA bombing and murder campaign over many years, in which countless numbers of innocent people would be killed, suffer serious injury, or be subjected to grief and bereavement. XX. Nationalists and religious zealots do not discriminate between those they see as their enemies. Everyone, capitalists, generals, princes, and workers alike, is the enemy, and as there are more of the last, it is mostly the ordinary people who are hit. Anarchists have a bad name in the media, not because they can point to one indiscriminate massacre by anarchists, there have been none, but because the one thing holders of power fear is that they personally should be held responsible for their own actions. An IRA sympathizer with whom I used to pass the time of day in Brixton's exercise yard talked half-jokingly about all the wicked things anarchists had done in the past. One had thrown a bomb at the King of Spain on his wedding day, others had done all sorts of terrible things to the French bourgeoisie in the 1890s. He forgot to mention what terrible things the bourgeoisie had done to the workers after the 408 annihilation of the Paris Commune. One thing I noticed though, I told him, the victims of the anarchists you're talking about do have names and histories, and a context. They are not just any innocent passers-by. His answer was, those are the fortunes of war. Following the Angry Brigade trial, the police cast all pretense of due process to the winds, particularly in cases involving the IRA, which began stepping up its mainland bombing campaign in March with 2 large car bombs, one at the Old Bailey itself and the other outside the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries in Whitehall Place. The judge's rules were thrown out the window. The Winchester 8 charged with the March 3, 1973 Old Bailey and Whitehall bombings, for example, were kept naked in their cells for days with no access to a lawyer while they were being interrogated. Henceforth Europe's police forces cooperated openly and without concern for public opinion or civil liberty. After all, there had been no outrage expressed about the use of the conspiracy laws in our case. It had been accepted without a murmur, as had internment and sensory deprivation officially sanctioned torture in Northern Ireland, and later the use of British troops in a policing role on the streets of Britain. The last pretense that Interpol and Scotland Yard did not concern themselves with political affairs had been brushed aside. Prison took a far greater physical and psychological toll on the women than it did on the men. Anna Mendelssohn was the first to be released, on parole, on completion of the obligatory 6 years of her sentence in 1977. There was a great outcry in the media, "They are releasing the angry brigade." The press swooped on her as soon as the news broke. The story, having broken over Anna, ceased to be newsworthy and the others came out one by one. Hilary, the youngest, was released 6 months after Anna, her eyes weakened by a 6-month spell in a permanently lit underground isolation cell. John and Jim, who both refused to apply for parole, came out in 1978, and Jake Prescott, first in, last out, early in 1979. Several of those acquitted had still had to face check-kiting charges. But as they had already served more than enough time for such relatively minor offenses, they were released on conviction. After the euphoria of acquittal came the dust cart of everyday life. I had an officially cleared character and £2.50 in cash. I contacted William Press's personnel manager to ask for my old job back. After a few weeks I received an official reply saying, "Due to a change in program we have now suspended all recruitment on the Central London contract." I tried other jobs, but as soon as the prospective employers heard my name and remembered in what context they'd heard it before, all doors politely closed on me. If they hadn't heard of me, they asked what I'd been doing for the last 18 months. After spending a couple of weeks in Blantyre with my recently reunited mum and dad, Brenda, and I moved back to London, to a small flat in Wimbledon Allington Close at the top of Wimbledon Hill. It had been Brenda's granny's flat in an ostler's tenement attached to nearby stables. Although I was jobless, I wasn't idle. As well as applying for work everywhere I could, I had finished a translation of a biography of Sabate, Francisco Sabate Lapart Sabate, guerrilla extraordinary, who had extraordinarily been killed in a dramatic ambush by Franco's Civil Guard on January 5, 1960. I was doing the rounds of London publishers trying to interest them in the book, but I was having no success. There was little sympathy for books on anarchism, anarchists, or anti-Francoists, because it was thought there was no market for them, unless written by reputable academics. This rejection first put the germ of the idea into my head of setting up an anarchist publishing house and breaking through the censorship barriers that way. The idea for the publishing house took firm root during the 410 summer of 1973. After being cooped up for 18 months in Brixton, I was in desperate need of exotic food in interesting places with old and new friends. Brenda and I arranged to spend July and August traveling through Europe, camping and staying with old friends and comrades. Before heading off on our travels, I visited Octavio Alberola in Liege to discuss developments in Franco's Spain. 411. Berufsverbot in Germany. No one's blood on my conscience. The anarchist Black Cross had been hit badly by the Europe-wide repression of the previous year, mainly in Germany where Berufsverbot, the witch hunt depriving leftists of their professional employment, had reached almost McCarthyite proportions. George von Rock, founder of the anarchist Black Cross in Germany, had been shot dead by West Berlin police in December 1971. He was unarmed and had his arms in the air. 2 months later, Tommy Weisbecker, the anarchist Black Cross's 23-year-old secretary, was also shot dead by police in an Augsburg street while producing his ID. He had been under surveillance for some time. But it wasn't entirely a one-way process. In May, Milan Police Inspector Luigi Calabresi, the man widely believed to have been responsible for the murder of Italian Black Cross secretary, Giuseppe Pinelli, had been shot dead outside police headquarters. Not by an anarchist, but by a member of the Marxist Lotta Continua group, a group he had been suing for defamation of character. Being in Europe again and talking with those still suffering the consequences of Franco's rule restored my energy after the Angry Brigade trial. Franco Leggio, an old friend, had run a one-man press for years in Sicily La Fiaccola, and his publications had made a considerable impact throughout Italy. Albert Meltzer had been doing much the same in London, also against all the odds, but specialising mainly in duplicated pamphlets and papers. He too had lots of 412 experience to draw upon, especially when it came to the uncertain financial times, and there were lots of those to come. Without Albert, our publishing project could never have survived as long as it did. The birth of I decided to call the imprint Cienfuegos Press, after Camilo Pitt Cienfuegos, the popular libertarian Cuban revolutionary who died in mysterious circumstances in 1959. So I went out and leased an IBM Selectronic typesetting machine and reinvented myself as a publisher. Apart from Cienfuegos Press's books, the IBM machine also meant we could now typeset Black Flag and transform it from a short-run, shabby, duplicated publication, printed on poor quality paper and held together by staples, to a smartly produced newspaper with clear photographs and sharp text set in bold, medium, and Roman Helvetica, the only set of IBM golf balls we had, and printed on Albert's new Gestelith offset litho on crisp white paper. We had much to write about in Black Flag that autumn. In Bristol, two young anarchists, David Ladd and Michael Tristram, had been arrested and charged on September 14 with bomb attacks on fascist Portugal's vice-consulates in Bristol and Cardiff, and the British Army's Officers' Club in Aldershot. They were sentenced to 7 years and 6 years respectively the following February. And in December Edward Heath introduced the 3-day working week. On a more explicit level of brutality, Chile's President Allende had been killed in a US-backed coup, and at least 5,000 leftists and liberals had been arrested, tortured, and killed, disappeared in the repression that followed. Over 1 million Chileans had gone into exile. In Spain, things were also taking a turn for the worse. On December 20, Franco's Prime Minister, Admiral Luis Carrero Blanco, was Luis Carrero killed in his car in a Madrid street by an ETA commando with a Sonsioid massive culvert bomb. The blast was so enormous it blew his car over the roof of the church where he had just attended Mass. Had it been Ascension Day, it would have added a nice touch of irony. Carrero Blanco had been pivotal in Franco's plans for the succession and continuity of his regime, and Franco never fully recovered from 413. The Suarez kidnapping. R. Carrero's death. The hardliners were beside themselves with rage and almost lost the plot completely. Carlos Iniesta, the fundamentalist Director General of the Civil Guard, immediately ordered his men to repress subversives and demonstrators energetically without restrictions on the use of firearms. Carrero Blanco's place as Prime Minister was taken by Carlos Arias Navarro, the butcher of Malaga, the man responsible for the mass summary executions in that city in early 1937. 3 anarchists in custody were sentenced to death and 1 executed by garrote. Hearing of this judicial murder and the manner of his death was a horrific sensation. I kept running and rerunning the whole scene in my mind's eye. The response of anti-fascists around Europe was immediate, with protest marches, pickets, petitions, and bomb attacks on Francoist institutions around the world, and railway lines into Spain blocked or sabotaged by protesters. More arrests followed. By April 1974 there were 60 anarchists awaiting trial in Franco's public order courts, and 14 facing a military tribunal and possible death penalties. I went to Paris and Brussels a couple of times to discuss how to try to prevent these executions with Octavio Alberola and other close comrades. The police in France, Belgium, and Italy kept me under close surveillance whenever I traveled abroad. My mail and telephone were closely monitored, and I was under similar scrutiny from the watchers in Britain. The anarchist response came on Friday, May 3, 1974, when Angel Baltasar Suarez, the 43-year-old director of one of the most important international Spanish banks, the Banco de Bilbao, was kidnapped in Paris. On May 7, the Grupos de Acción Revolucionario Internacionalista, the continuation of the now renamed 1st of May Group, issued its demands, that the Francoist government release all anarchist prisoners and apply its own law of conditional liberty. This would have meant the immediate release of over 100 political prisoners being held unlawfully. There was also another, unpublicized, demand, the repayment of the majority trade union funds seized in 1939 by the Francoist generals and their supporters and beneficiaries, including the Banco de Bilbao. 414. The ransom was paid and Sudres released unharmed, but there had been a spy in the group. As soon as Sudres' release was confirmed, the French police arrested 7 anarchists: Octavio Alberola Surinac, Ariane Granzac Saderi, Jean-Helen Weir, Georges Rivière, Annie Plazin, Lucio Urtubia, Annie Garni, and recovered a substantial part of the 3 million French francs repayment of the union funds paid to the kidnappers. It had been Dad's birthday on May 15, so I was up in Scotland at the time, visiting him in Hare Myers Hospital. He was 59 and dying of cancer of the bowel. It was an understatement to say Dad was monosyllabic. It was always difficult to engage him in conversation, even when he wasn't sedated in hospital, as he pondered deeply and long, sometimes as long as 5 or 10 minutes before replying to most questions. He was extraordinarily philosophical about life and death. Maybe that had something to do with a life lived on and close to the sea, and the tradition of generations of fishermen for whom danger and death were commonplace. We never spoke about our missing years, and he never apologized for not being there, but we had a comfortable relationship at the end. As I left for the last time, I kissed him on the brow. His last words to me were, "Never fear, the sun will shine again tomorrow." So Brenda was alone in the Wimbledon flat when Chief Superintendent Ronald Page visited with an extremely aggressive French investigating magistrate. Brenda refused to answer any questions on my behalf. They left empty-handed. Protests were mounted everywhere, with those in France and Belgium becoming particularly violent, with high explosive and petrol bombings of Francoist targets becoming a regular occurrence throughout the summer and autumn of 1974. As anti-Francoist militancy intensified inside Spain itself throughout 1974, the repression of workers and students was growing harsher. 415. Wilson back in power. 1974. 8. The regime felt under siege. On September 13, 1974, a bomb in the Café Rolando in the Puerta del Sol, a meeting place for BPS officers from the security headquarters, killed 12 people and injured 70 more. This was the same café where I had sat contemplating the facade of Franco's security headquarters just over 10 years earlier, minutes before my arrest. No one ever claimed responsibility for the bomb, but it was probably carried out by ETA, the Basque separatist organization. Whether or not the kidnapping of Sudres worked no one knows, but the 2 anarchists were not executed. They were sentenced on July 24 to 48 years and 21 years respectively. The political repercussions in France of this new wave of Francoist repression led to the collapse of the kidnapping case. Gary quickly evolved into the French equivalent of the Angry Brigade. In Britain, despite the fact that the Angry Brigade was allegedly no more and its key members were safely behind bars, bombings and attacks on industrial and right-wing political targets, particularly conservative clubs, continued up and down the country. A similar movement began in Ireland. January and February 1974 had been the dying days of the Heath government. Following a 4-month state of emergency, the 5th of his government, Heath had had enough. He called a snap election and went to the polls on February 28 with the slogan, "Who runs Britain, the government or the miners?" The miners, people replied, and Heath lost the election, making way for Harold Wilson again. Coq Arié. To some establishment cold warriors, Wilson back in Downing Street was like having Stalin back in the Kremlin. Britain under Labour meant either bloody revolution or Soviet government by proxy. Unemployment was rising, and by April 1975 it had passed the million mark, with the biggest monthly increase since the Second World War. Despite the dire economic situation, Wilson was re-elected in October, but this time with the tiniest of majorities. Labor Home Secretary Roy Jenkins was unable to control the increasingly 416 delusional security services, and even Wilson's Defense Secretary Roy Mason found it difficult to get the army to implement Labour policy in Northern Ireland, with senior officers claiming it was not prepared to break what was effectively an insurrectionary strike by Protestant loyalists in Ulster. Shortly after Labour's second election victory, the Prime Minister's home was burgled, a move widely believed to have been the work of the MI5. A form of mass paranoia about Wilson appears to have reigned within the upper echelons of the security service and the military at the time. Senior officers in Sir Michael Hanley's totally unaccountable MI5, led by Peter Wright and his CIA mentor, the counterintelligence chief James Angleton, the smoking man in the X-Files, were convinced Wilson was a Soviet agent. Not only that, they also believed that his predecessor, Hugh Gaitskell, had been bumped off by the KGB to get Wilson into power. This belief was shared by a whole cabal of Tory and neo-fascist ne'er-do-wells around the Carlton Club and the Special Forces Club at 8 Herbert Crescent, Knightsbridge. All these people were convinced Wilson was a traitor and that their loyalty to the Queen meant getting him out, by hook or by crook. The means by which they hoped to achieve this coup was by the Unison Committee for Action Group, headed by the former senior MI6 officer George Kennedy Young and retired General Sir Walter Walker, KCB-CBEDSO, former NATO Commander-in-Chief Allied Forces Northern Europe. X. Another conspiratorial parapolitical organization of former and serving spooks, army officers, civil servants and policemen was David Stirling's Great Britain 1975 organization. This was a volunteer army of S7's patriotic strike breakers and right-wing conservative vigilantes brought together as a contingency measure for the government of Britain, in the event of its collapse, which they predicted would take place in December 1975. Ernie Bond, incidentally, was a close friend of David Stirling from the early days of the SAS and through his ongoing involvement in the SAS Regimental Association, but whether or not he 417 X was one of the sinister group of shadowy intriguers clustered around Stirling is a matter for conjecture. This parallel government had been built on the back of Stirling's Better Britain Society and Greater Britain League, both anti-trades unions and anti-leftist organizations. Stirling had formed the latter after Wilson was returned to power in 1974. But this near hysteria was not confined to the extremists of the far right. Fear of a general strike, the collapse of law and order and possible insurrection had permeated the whole of establishment culture. In April 1974, a major conference on revolutionary warfare was held at Lancaster University with 26 senior army officers, including the GOC commanding Northwest District, 9 senior police officers, including 3 chief constables, 2 Royal Navy and 4 Royal Air Force officers, 6 professors, and 5 more academics. Similar conferences and seminars were occurring on an international level with titles like the Trilateral Commission's Task Force Report on the Governability of Democracies. As in 1968, the smoke-filled backrooms were again buzzing with talk of a coup and preemptive action. X. In the spring of 1975, Brenda and I were still in Wimbledon when there was a knock on the door of our small second-story flat. The caller was a police inspector, who must remain nameless. It was a friendly visit. He advised me that a number of people were extremely annoyed that Jay had slipped the net. He said it would only be a matter of time before they managed to put me back in the frame. In the strongest possible terms, he recommended that I would be well advised to get out of town, the implication being that the next time I went down it would be for a long time or perhaps worse. Who could refuse advice like that? So, sensing that in this case discretion was the better part of valor, there wasn't much point hanging around for the convenience of Scotland Yard or Leconfield House, and so we decided to move out of London. He who fights and runs away and all that, or a strategic withdrawal as the political military euphemism has it. 418. But it wasn't just the special branch or MI5 threat. Brenda and I had been thinking for some time that it would be nice to move out of London to somewhere green and pleasant. Brenda's best friend had moved to Slaithwaite in the Conn Valley, on the outskirts of Huddersfield in West Yorkshire. When we visited, it turned out the registrar of Honley, in the Holme Valley also near Huddersfield, was selling his office. We bought the house for £1,000. It was also in the attic of this very house that a group of Huddersfield Luddites had hidden in April 1812, after shooting and fatally wounding William Horsfall, a mill owner and member of the hated Manufacturers' Committee against the Luddites, a 19th-century employers' posse comitatus. 3 young Huddersfield men, George Mellor, William Thorpe, and Thomas Smith, were hung for his murder on Friday, January 8, 1813. The name Luddite came from the signed communiques activists left behind, Ned Ludd or General Ludd, as opposed to Butch Cassidy or the Angry Brigade. Unseen forces were at work here. XX. Black Flag and the Cienfuegos press publications were published from Honley. Brenda and I did the typesetting and handled the day-to-day correspondence, bills, prisoners, and contributors, while Albert, Miguel and Phil Ruff did the bulk of the editorial work in London. I was beginning to understand the financial complexities of running a publishing house. It wasn't just about finding and publishing interesting books, then repeating the process, with one book paying for the next. They also had to be marketed and sold, something I hadn't really thought through. We made some pretty horrendous and expensive mistakes, running up enormous bills in the process. In spite of these setbacks, we managed to stagger along from and through one financial crisis after another. 2 other members of the London Black Flag/Anarchist Black Cross group joined us in Huddersfield, New Zealanders Graham Rua and Iris Mills. They had not been in England long. Graham and Iris had met in a New Zealand courtroom following his arrest at an anti-419 Vietnam War demonstration. Iris had been his probation officer. Before long, we had an active group in the town, with our own premises. Prisoners from all over the world were writing to us as the Anarchist Black Cross about their cases, their treatment, and the conditions in which they were being held. A number of these came from the notorious Long Kesh prison in Northern Ireland. Among our correspondents was Ronan Bennett, a young Irish Republican brought up in Belfast, though born in England of an English father. As a teenager, Ronan had gravitated to the Stickies, or official wing of the Republican movement. Arrested and charged with the murder of a Royal Ulster Constabulary inspector during an armed robbery in Belfast in September 1974, Bennett was convicted in May 1975 on very shaky identification evidence of a loyalist woman who changed her story 3 times to 10 years for the robbery and life for the police killing. He was 18 years old. The Stickies split while Ronan was in Long Kesh prison and a shooting war erupted outside between the official IRA and breakaway members. Inside Long Kesh, Ronan went with the breakaway Irish Republican Socialist Party. Ronan then appealed against his sentence and, unexpectedly, was successful. The woman on whose evidence he had been convicted changed her mind again and admitted she wasn't sure if Ronan was the man she had seen or not. He was released in December 1975. He couldn't remain in Ulster, where his life was under threat from Royal Ulster Constabulary vigilantes and Protestant paramilitaries, so he came to Huddersfield to live, moving in with Iris and Graham, with whom he had been corresponding. Needless to say, the Irish connection did not pass unnoticed by the F4 division of the police department of the Home Office. XK. I was soon to find out that the doors of a number of countries were closing against me. Responding to an invitation from the German trade union organization, I was turned back at the German border and handed over the Dutch police, who kept me in the cells until after 420. The last train into Germany that night had gone. I was then told I would be released into the custody of a Dutch citizen, Bas Mariel, the European distributor for Cienfuegos titles. When I tried to enter Germany the next day, with £200 cash brought by the German comrades to show I was a respectable citizen, I was turned back at gunpoint. The orders had come directly from the Ministry of the Interior. I had been declared an enemy of the state and they stamped my passport accordingly, and annotated it in fine Gothic script. By the end of the summer and early autumn of 1975 the Franco regime was in Alamo mode. Between August 28 and September 17, drumhead Francoist courts-martial had passed death sentences on 5 members of the Basque separatist group ETA and 8 members of the Maoist Frente Revolucionario Antifascista y Patriotica. Franco was indignant in the face of appeals for clemency which flooded in from around the world, including those of Pope Paul VI, all the Spanish bishops and even Don Juan, the king in exile, through his son. As far as Franco was concerned, world opinion with regard to his governance was manipulated by left-wing Masonic conspirators working in indecent concubinage with communist terrorist subversives. And so, a bitter and vengeful Franco, ignoring all pleas for mercy, confirmed 5 of the death sentences, 3 members of FRAP and 2 Basque members of ETA who were executed by firing squad on September 27. Their deaths were his blood price for the killing of Carrero Blanco. The executions provoked the greatest wave of protests against the regime since Franco's victory in April 1939. 15 European governments recalled their ambassadors, including France. The case against the 11 anarchists in the Sudres kidnapping was complicated even further. Franco's embassies throughout the world were subject to angry demonstrations and violent attacks. In Holland the Spanish embassy was set on fire and a bomb exploded outside the embassy in Ankara. The President of Mexico even called for Spain's expulsion from the UN, and Sweden's Prime Minister Olof Palme denounced Franco and his government as bloody murderers. X. 421. Franco's final executions. Franco's death. Franco's days were numbered. He began to die on October 1, 1975. His death was hastened by the cold autumnal winds that blew down from the Guadarrama Mountains, during what turned out to be his last public appearance at the Palacio del Oriente. It was presaged by a series of minor heart attacks on the 15th, 20th, and 24th of October. By October 30 his health had deteriorated to the extent that his appointed successor, Don Juan Carlos Borbón y Borbón, was named provisional head of state. Within days it seemed as though the deluge of innocent blood he had shed during his 37 years in power had returned to haunt him. On November 2 he suffered an intestinal hemorrhage that drenched his bed, carpet, and parts of the wall in blood. Hooked up to banks of life support machines he was kept alive and in pain for 17 more days. Every so often he would recover consciousness, muttering how hard it was to die. Jesus clearly didn't want him as a sunbeam. Legend has it that as he lay dying his wife, Dona Carmen Polo, opened the curtains of his darkened room, then whispered to him that thousands of Spaniards had come to the Palacio de Oriente to say goodbye. Franco slowly raised himself up and asked, "Why? Where are they going?" On November 19, 1975, Franco's daughter Nenica decided he be allowed to die, and at 11:15 p.m. the tubes and wires keeping him alive were disconnected. The shabby figure of this once mythically evil man died shortly afterwards, in the early hours of November 20. King Juan Carlos Borbón y Borbón's first official duty was to preside over Franco's burial in the Valle de los Caídos, the mausoleum El Caudillo had commanded to be hewn out the mountain by slave labor. The only other head of state present at the funeral was Chile's General Agustín Pinochet. The oration was read by Prime Minister Carlos Arias Navarro, the butcher of Málaga. He read out Franco's political testament, calling on the Spanish people to offer his successor the same affection and loyalty he had enjoyed, and to be constantly vigilant against the ever-alert enemies of Spain and Christian civilization. The transfer of political power was seamless. Not one of Franco's enforcers, such as General Eduardo Blanco, my nemesis and the head of the dictator's secret police, or any of the countless 422 thousands of people responsible for the barbarous and legal spoliation of Spain and its people since 1939, was ever brought to justice. It is only now, 40 years after the dictator's death, that the crimes of the Franco regime are beginning to be addressed in Spain with the exhumations of the unmarked mass graves of its victims, the disappeared. XX. Far away in Honley that late November evening, the enemies of Franco's Spain congoed down to the local off-license and bought an enormous carry-out. 1975 had been a momentous year and it was time for a party to mark some kind of closure. We had much to celebrate: the defeat of the Americans, the end of the Vietnam War, and now a long overdue death. It was to be a wake for the tens of thousands of brave men and women who fought, suffered, died, and lost loved ones in the cause of resisting the reactionary, priest-ridden, gun and prison-backed regime that had been Francoism. The ghosts to whom we raised our glasses were the forgotten dead of a previous generation to whom my generation at least owed a profound obligation of remembrance and a duty of commemoration. As the delicate warmth of Glenmorangie spread through my being, I reflected with a profound sense of relief and satisfaction on the fact that I at least had no one's blood or life on my conscience, not even Franco's. Was at the center of two events that define a lost radical period of British history, a period when a large section of the people thought they could change the world. In 1964, Christie was arrested in Spain and charged with attempting to assassinate General Franco. The penalty was death by garroting. He was 18, far from his home in Glasgow, and could speak no Spanish. The worst part was that the 2Q at KGE charge was true. Christie was convicted, escaped the death sentence and became degree. He was arrested again, this time in Britain, suspected of being a member of the Angry Brigade, was an anarchist group that had, while ensuring that no 1-8 registered would be injured, blown up several London embassies and the houses of prominent figures in the British establishment. Their trial became a sensational confrontation between the state and those who tried to overthrow it. Christie was acquitted. 4 others were sent to jail. Stuart Christie's story encompasses these two events, and the time in between week when a sizable proportion of the people in Britain thought that the whole system of our society could be changed for the better, if only the right spark could be struck. It wasn't. People have never thought that way again. Stuart Christie lives in the UK and still believes in anarchist Princleys.